Okay. Well, that took forever. And I'm afraid I can't even shout out everybody because of me reloading the page so many times. But I see you in chat, at least those of you that are in this chat right now. Aaron W, Maz Art, Sarah Layla, Jules T, PB, So Life, oh no, what? My dogs are goth. Donald James X. Styx Dragon Sharon. Who else? Who must I give a preliminary shout out to? Ah, Narwhal by Nature, I see you as well. If I missed you, it is really YouTube's fault for making me reload the page so many times, losing those of you who commented earlier. But we must press on. Wow, I have to keep refreshing the stream still. It's still kind of not fully gone up. Okay, yes. Oh, I'm on top chat. It's a good start. Good start. Well, we are going to start in a perhaps familiar place by the name of the United States, where an Associated Press investigation is finding a growing trend, which is both disturbing and perhaps problematic for the future.
On a farm in North Carolina, an Army National Guard member prepared for an impending battle.
We were that much closer to an inevitable war.
Is this something that you want to have for, say, a small militia? Yes, absolutely. Start.
I don't know how many times we called the FBI that this man is building landmines in his home.
It's going to be biblically epic.
In 2010, I came home after my second deployment to Iraq, and I realized that we were suffering from the very same disease that the Iraqis were plagued by, and that was tribalism. And I knew that that was going to lead to a war.
Chris Arthur, also known as Kit, feared the U.S. was about to descend into chaos.
A formidable opponent.
It was a growing concern he posted about on YouTube, along with conspiracy theories.
Nancy Pelosi was part of the damn deep state. Take the bad guy out through a snatch and grab, hold him accountable, have him publicly tried, and then have him executed. Illegal.
After 2 tours in Iraq, the former Army sergeant joined the North Carolina National Guard. He later founded Tackleberry Solutions to teach wartime tactics on the home front.
We got inspiration from our Heavenly Father that what I needed to really focus on was the pending war. Knowledge is the only thing that's going to get you through what's coming.
One of his customers was Joshua Blessed, a 58-year-old Virginia trucker and former security guard.
You will hear another blessing from Yahweh called Heavenly.
Blessed traveled to North Carolina to train with Arthur.
I got the impression that he was really concerned about the future of our country, but his focus was China and Russia. My husband took one look at him and was like,
Jesus
look, you're not
Christ.
a soldier.
China.
If you've got a war going on, I can show you how to unite your community and keep people alive. They spent a lot of times out in the woods. He was teaching them how to build fires.
Weeks after visiting Arthur's farm, Blessed put his newly learned skills to use. In May 2020, police in upstate New York pulled Blessed's semi-truck over for speeding. But shortly after, Blessed took off, leading to a high-speed chase with dozens of officers.
Read the Second Amendment?
Oh, shots are fired.
Blessed was killed during the fierce gun battle.
So he took multiple shots.
Inside his truck, police found a pistol and a thumb drive containing military training manuals from Arthur's company. They also found pipe bombs and other weapons in Blessed's home and car.
Oh, man. What's up, man?
You Michael?
I am.
Get Arthur. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
A year after the shooting in New York, Arthur was an FBI informant posing as a client. They discussed how to prepare for a battle with federal agents.
Oh my God.
Lethal or non-lethal, that depends on you. The sky's the limit.
Arthur's wife had concerns about their new client.
I asked my husband and I was like,
Is the stream lagging again? What is happening? And short stream appears to be working perfectly fine. Why? Why is shorts working fine? This is highly offensive to me. Shorts is working perfectly fine. The other streams, actually, it's just YouTube. It's just flat on YouTube. Hey, thank you for the bit, Looney Tunes,
Looney
and
Tunes
also
9000
for
just cheered 1
gigantifying
bit.
emote a megastar. I didn't even see that. A giant Buddy Christ on a raptor. Pretty awesome. All right. I don't know, I guess we'll try again. This is very annoying. I don't know why the streams are out of sync.
so is
Oops. Double clicked.
he an informant or not? My husband was like, I'm not too worried about it because we haven't done anything wrong. We had our disclaimer that you weren't going to use this knowledge to hurt anybody, and that included federal agents.
But Arthur himself had said otherwise.
You're dealing with a bunch of freaking kids now that are working as cops and they don't have a damn clue what war really looks like. You're going to have to take those dudes out.
Wow.
It's just a fact of life.
His videos and the recordings from the FBI informant were shown as evidence during his trial in the attempted murder of federal agents.
Did you hear what he just said? He just said
The
that
Associated Press found that Arthur is
any
among
cops who don't know about war, I guess. I mean, I have to hear that again. That shit was insane. What in the fuck is this? I mean, pretty much everything this guy is saying is insane.
You're going to have to take those dudes out.
Which dudes? Wait, go back.
Damn clue what war. You're dealing with a bunch of freaking kids now that are working as cops and they don't have a damn clue what war really looks like. You're going to have to take those dudes out. It's just a fact of life.
His videos and the recordings from the FBI informant were shown as evidence during his trial for assisting in the attempted murder of federal agents. The Associated Press found that Arthur is among more than 480 people with a military background accused of extremist crimes since 2017, including the more than 230 arrested in connection with the January 6th insurrection. While the number of people involved represents a fraction of active military and veterans, researchers say their involvement had a common trait.
The big key characteristic of plots with folks with military backgrounds is they tend to veer towards the extreme violence end of the spectrum.
According to data compiled by the University of Maryland's Counterterrorism Center, START, the number of cases involving military-trained extremists began a sharp rise about 7 years ago.
2017, of course, is probably most famously.
Yeah, it's a problematic fucking trend. Does look like YouTube's kind of catching up, but it does seem like it might be lagging too. Is it lagging for people? One in chat if it's lagging still. So I'm pretty sure it might be. It's hard to tell. I think you're also very, very far behind me.
Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, which turned deadly. That seems to be the year where these groups and movements seem to be emboldened by especially the rhetoric of the former president, and they started to become more active.
Most extremists in the database with a military background identified with anti-government, white supremacist, or other far-right ideologies.
Less than 5% of the cases that we've tracked are individuals that are clearly radicalized before getting into the military. So what we have found is that this is primarily a problem in the veteran community, not the active service community.
But concerns were raised while
The problem is veterans get access to
Arthur
all
was
sorts
in the
of
National Guard.
Of weapons.
Ben Powell was previously married to Amy Arthur, and their two
have connections in the military oftentimes.
Ben Powell
still,
was
even
previously
if they're
married
no
to Amy
longer
Arthur, and their two
actually
children
in
were
it
being raised on the Arthur
themselves.
farm.
My children were involved in a lot of his videos.
We were useful tools
Jesus
we could help
Christ.
take care of his kids and the farm.
Really? This dude is creeping me the fuck out.
Don't be creepy.
It's not even his own
So he
daughter.
can go focus on doing what he really cared
I
about,
don't think.
which was the
Maybe
malicious
it
stuff.
is. It's hard. I guess I'm
I work
confused.
for Department of Defense. That's kind of what I'm supposed to do is report if there's issues.
You know, I don't think it
especially
is.
if it's an inside threat.
It's this guy's daughter.
Powell, a private contractor for the military, says he warned military, federal, and local authorities about Arthur more than a dozen times starting in 2017.
We called the ATF, we called the FBI, we started making contact with everybody. I had even called his military command and said, hey, you know, you guys need to do something before somebody gets hurt. He's talking about killing cops, he's talking about killing the FBI.
Illegal.
The FBI would not comment on why Arthur was not investigated until after Blessed's attack. And in an
So hot right now.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Oh, gotta hydrate. Sure. Give me a second. Thank you for the hydration. All right. Have they made a setting yet to make Top Chat not the default? I wish. I wish. Certainly have not. Anyways, it's an incredibly disturbing story and really an isolated, well, not isolated, one of many incidents. Really, it doesn't mean, I don't think that's the correct use of the word isolated. Point is that this is just one of a number of incidents and of examples of people in active military or in the veteran community who are doing very problematic things involving militia activity and apparent anti-government and violent sort of tactics. I'm pretty sure flat stream is definitely lagged out still pretty hard. It's working fine for a second. But really it seems like only vertical stream is working fine. Like, is it? It's hard to tell. In fact, I think YouTube is doing the worst out of all of them. Twitch? The Twitch stream seems to be doing better. It's still lagging for you as well? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, you do have the option of going to Shorts chat. I hate pushing people over there. But it's the only one that's working right now. Alright, let's keep moving. This next story is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I definitely put out a shorts vid about this, so some of you may be aware of this already. Before we get into politics, while we're talking about, you know, policing and military and stuff like that, let's look at this instance of police misconduct, I guess you might call it. Oh wait, where is that other?
Ask my wife, I want to order her a Whopper, no mayo cut in half. Right?
Tonight, newly released body camera video stirring up controversy in an Atlanta suburb. Cobb County deputies seen here rushing to the scene of a Burger King with sirens blaring.
Move!
Not for a crime or physical altercation.
We ordered something, the food was wrong.
But to assist Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens with his food order complaint.
Okay, sir. I don't need no damn money back no more. I just need to find out who owns this place so I can do official complaint to complain.
The incident happened a year and a half ago, according to the timestamp, but an edited video of the complaint recently emerged in a campaign ad from Owens' opponent in the sheriff's race, Republican David Cavender.
I don't think you should have your own deputies running lights and sirens down the streets of Cobb County.
Yeah, over a burger? Over a burger? First off, this is some of the most Karen bullshit I've ever seen in my life. And since he's the police, he doesn't even really need to call anybody, but he still did. He called other deputies for literally no good reason. I'm pretty sure that whoever owns the Burger King is publicly available information you can find with a simple Google search. But this guy called in police resources over a fucking burger being not cut in half. I mean, come on. Come on. Is ridiculous. It is truly ridiculous. And, you know, it's that kind of stuff that makes, I think, most reasonable people sort of upset. You need me to do an ad read? For what? An ad for what? Anything in particular? Or are you just trying to get me doing some sort of a marketing type scheme? What's going on here? What I do know is that the regular stream just looks terrible. It's so far behind. I don't know exactly how. I can't quite estimate it because I'm doing so many things at once, but it's got to be like over a minute and a half behind, I think. I've never seen it this far behind. And there's no knowing how long it's going to take for it to catch up, to stop lagging. It stopped for 2 seconds. And I thought we were good. Which is why we started. Alright, let's go. Talk politics. Let's go to Donald Trump first here. And it is the week ending report, so we are going to be going over some stuff that may have seen already, potentially here, because it's going to include stuff from like the last 3-4 days, I think. We haven't streamed since like Tuesday. So let's go here. This is Donald Trump at another sort of rally fundraiser event, calling for some very concerning things.
I missed something during last week's Donald Trump rally in Aurora. Was standing there, heard it, just wasn't sure if I heard what I thought I heard, so we did not play it back to you here. It seemed that Trump was talking in Aurora about using the U.S. military against Americans that he says
I forgot about this.
Hate this country. Listen to what he said.
We have the greatest military in the world, but you have to know how to use them. You have to know how to use them. But I protect you against outside enemies. But, you know, I always say we have the outside enemy. So you can say China, you can say Russia, you can say Kim Jong-un, you can say, but that's not, it's going to be fun. If you have a smart president, no problem. It's the enemy from within, all the scum that we have to deal with that hate our country. That's a bigger enemy than China and Russia.
China.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, the military thing and the enemy within, like the comments are kind of next.
Hold on.
But I don't think they're the problem in destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country, the towns.
American citizens.
God damn it. What is happening?
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within. Not even the people that have come in and
wait, is it running a good again?
Country. By
What's
the way,
happening?
Totally destroying our
good.
country. The towns and villages
So
are
random.
being inundated. But
It's way behind,
I don't think they're
but
the
it
problem in
looks
terms
good.
of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And
now this is a McCarthyist phrase, right? Joseph McCarthy, former, I think he was actually a senator, technically, wasn't he? But basically the sort of the progenitor of the Red Scare, if you will, whose lead counsel was Roy Cohn, Donald Trump's former lawyer. And it would seem Donald Trump is sort of pulling one from their book on this particular case. Seems very troubling and problematic, considering the rest of what he was saying about, wanting to bring troops to deal with people who disagree with him, I guess. This is basically what he's saying. Well, it's good to see that the video is actually working on Shorts Chat. No, not Shorts Chat, on Flat Chat now. Alright, what else do we got to do? Very distracted by this amount of lag. It's sort of unprecedented. But it is actually catching up quite a lot. Very quickly. Okay, fine. Fine. Great. Alright, what's next? More Trump related stuff here. It's going to be a very heavy, Trump heavy beginning here. Let's go to this. This was a Trump rally in Pennsylvania where 2 rally goers collapsed due to heat exhaustion. This was a few days ago, I think.
Outside of Philadelphia and inside of a warm event center Monday, former President Trump got roughly 30 minutes into a town hall when the first medical emergency happened. An attendee was placed on a stretcher, then moments later, another person needed medical attention. Trump paused his Q&A, instead addressing the heat in the room.
For your boy. That's for your boy.
As the song Ave Maria blasted over the loudspeaker. The event continued as the second fallen attendee made their way out of the venue. Trump touched on issues related to immigration, the Afghanistan withdrawal, and the importance of winning Pennsylvania before turning to his soundtrack for 45 minutes.
You know, I call the home part of the American dream. We're going to create the American dream for young people and for older people, too.
Across the state in Erie,
Was it
Vice
actually
President
45
Harris went
minutes?
with a tactic Trump often uses, playing clips of her opponent.
If that's the case, then I did not get the right footage when I made that video earlier. Because I only had 37 minutes of footage, so either she's exaggerating or I got scammed. Shortchanged on Donald Trump awkwardly swaying to music. And so did you, technically, on that compilation video I did earlier.
On monitors around the...
What are you doing?
Slamming him for calling his opponents the enemy within.
Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And he is out for unchecked power.
Earlier in the day, Harris stopped by a black-owned business as she continues to chip away at both a key demographic and the #1 issue in this election, the economy. Harris inching closer to Trump when it comes to voter confidence on the economy, with inflation and interest rates down and the stock market hitting another record high. On Monday, Harris announced new small business incentives, including a plan to provide 1 million loans to black entrepreneurs. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Okay. What do we got next? Speaking of black voters and businesses and things like that, Donald Trump had something to say to black voters here at this same rally we were just looking at. Yeah.
Kamala's migrant invasion, and that's what it is also devastating our great African-American community, stealing American jobs, crushing wages, undercutting the voting power of our own citizens, and bringing drugs, crime, and death to our country. And the African-American community and the Hispanic community is being devastated with the jobs. The numbers are down 6, 7, 8, 9%. They're going to work and they're saying, I'm sorry, we're not going to take you anymore. People that have worked there and worked there well for years are now being told they no longer have a job because they have illegal immigrants coming in and taking their job.
That's what they're saying to the people? So the employers are telling people verbatim, you no longer have a job because illegal immigrants. I am so sorry. You'd think that if that happened, I'm just thinking hypothetically here, if that happened, you would maybe call Labor Relations Board, Department of Labor, something like that.
What?
So it just seems implausible that that's happening in the way Donald Trump is making it sound like it's happening.
African American or Hispanic, and you know how well I'm doing there.
You know how well.
Votes for Kamala, you got to have your head examined because they are really screwing you. They are really screwing.
Well, you heard it from him. If you are black or Hispanic and you are thinking about voting for Kamala, you need to have your head examined. Unlike people who are planning to vote for Donald Trump, who need to have their head lobotomized. All right, let's go to this to discuss the state of Donald Trump's campaign finances shortly. This is from Forbes a couple days ago. Elon Musk has given $75 million to a pro-Trump super PAC. Tesla's CEO Musk gave about $75 million last quarter to a super PAC that was heavily propped up former President Donald Trump's campaign. The filing is the first concrete indicator of how much the world's richest person is spending to help elect Donald Trump. Musk gave $74,950,000 to America PAC between July 1st and September 30th, the most recent date for which filings are available. His donations made up virtually all of the $74,950,000 the PAC reported taking in last quarter. America PAC has reportedly become primarily responsible for the Trump campaign's ground game and knocking on voter doors. The PAC has also reportedly faced stumbling blocks, replacing its initial vendor for the canvassing, and facing issues with a smartphone app used to confirm its paid canvassers are actually knocking on voters' doors, according to The Guardian. Musk has also become one of Trump's most vocal supporters ahead of the election. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Forbes' choice of music here. Pretty crappy. We should have just turned the music off entirely. Probably get copyright struck for it. The Dreamweaver? Yeah. God, shit. There we go. Alright, what else we got? Okay, let's go here. I'm kind of doing these in... Actually, we're not kind of. We're definitely doing all of the political videos here in chronological order. So this is from 2 days ago. Excuse me. This is from 2 days ago. Fox News, where... Oh, God, what's her name? Ugh, I can't think of it right now. Either way, Fox News had a town hall of solely women voters, ostensibly mostly Trump supporters, considering it's Fox News, but who knows? This was a snippet from that town hall. They have not, at least from what I can tell, released the entire town hall yet. So this is just a portion of that. This, let's go here.
The full hour this morning. of a town hall with former President Donald Trump. My team and I traveled to the beautiful town of Cumming, just outside of Atlanta in the battleground state of Georgia. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus.
The Faulkner
The race to the White
Focus.
House in that state could not be closer. Trump holds a lead over Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh boy, that's not the focus you want. You do not want the Faulkner Focus. Mostly just because she's unbearable.
Less than a percentage point in the Real Clear Politics average.
Ooh, the Real Clear
in a
Politics.
single day.
They're the most
More than
reputable
doubling
ones,
the
right?
number.
Hold on, let's get here. Come on, let's move it along.
All among women by 10 points. The audience there, along with me, the former president, all women. They put very specific and sometimes very personal questions to Trump on issues which matter most to them. The economy, crime, safety, abortion, childcare, illegal immigration, protecting women and girls in sports. Those questions and Trump's answers now.
Protecting women in girls' sports.
I want to introduce the 45th President of the United States, the Republican nominee for this year's presidential election, Donald J. Trump. Welcome. So I have to tell you,
Wow.
I'm getting a little taste of what it's like to roll with you. So early voting, just so you know, for the state of Georgia just began. And they're already at 250,000 people in early vote. That will break a record in the state. And I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know
I'm
this,
sorry, what?
but early voting is
I'm sorry,
a sign
please hold.
that people are coming out, as you know.
Please hold.
But it's also a sign that there might be a few people who
Please
have
hold,
something.
Miss Faulkner. Please hold. Please hold.
Phrasing.
Oh my, I was not prepared. I was not prepared for that at all. And we're going to need to clip that. We need a sound clip of that. There's no way. We can't get away with just not clipping that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you that, Chad, but hell, it's true. We're going to need that for the future. We're going to need that. It's probably better than
Phrasing.
somehow. Just wow. Hold on. All right, there we go. Record. There we go. All right.
And I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this, but early voting is a sign that people are coming out, as you know.
Right.
But it's also a sign that there might be a few people who
Oh,
have something to
God.
say. So I want to share with you Senators Warnock and Ossoff, Mayor Bottoms and Atlanta Mayor Bottoms, and Amba Thurman's family have come out on a press call. And they're
Everybody's
doing what's called
coming.
a pre-buttal 2-hour town hall right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah? And I want to
You'll get better ratings, I promise.
I want to get your reaction to something, because I was a little thrown aback about how quickly this fight would start. And, oh, by the way, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota who wants to be the next vice president, his wife is showing up
Where?
tomorrow here.
It's all right.
Yeah, she has an issue with the women's issues town hall. All right, so let's take a look at what Senator
watch that
Warnock
one.
had to say. I want to get, for the first time, former President Trump's reaction to what's going on here in Georgia. Let's watch.
If you to not vote is a vote. It's a vote for Donald Trump. It's to send this man one step closer to the White House, which finally, let me say, will be literally dangerous for so many of the people that we know. Dangerous, as we've demonstrated, for women. But this man, let me remind the Black men who are listening, the men of color, communities of color, he will be dangerous
You are up with minority voters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vice President Kamala Harris is hurting right now in that category of voting bloc.
Right.
And they know all women are at this town hall. This is a pre-bubble.
All women are in this town. Oh my God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
All women are at this town hall. Everybody knows, including us, of course. We know all women. This town hall is representative of all women. Yeah. If it represented all women, I think there would have been at least a few in the audience refusing to clap. But no, every single person there was just generously giving Donald Trump that opening ovation. Hold on, I gotta test something real quick. Let's just see how this was working.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Okay. Okay, it's working.
Short time ago. Your reaction?
Well, I would say this. We just got the endorsement of Border Patrol all over the country. Border Patrol, virtually every sheriff's department, every police department, the Fraternal Order of Police, 400,000 police, the biggest in the country. We have every...
Hey, what's happening? Why do we have...
we have every single...
I don't think we need CC on. I don't even know why it is on. It's usually not on.
I don't think they have a policeman or a policewoman single. And we have the border, we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of our country. So
Unsafest ever.
Safety, we had, it was just announced, as you know, last week, 13,000.
Even less safe than when the British were invading. Much less safe, actually, when you ask the very best historians. Vuvuzela.
Murderers were released into our country. Drug dealers, drug addicts, everybody is released into our country. We've never had anything like this. We've never had a mess like this. 625,000 criminals released into our country, along with 21 million people. We have no idea who they are. And, you know, that's just a soundbite. I don't know this guy, but he got lucky as hell to win, I'll tell you that much. But it's a soundbite that they like to use. But remember this, law enforcement's with me 100%, and we have to keep our community safe. And we have to take these murderers that they've allowed to come through open borders without knowing anything about them. We have to take those people and we have to remove them. We have to get them out of our country.
We're going to get into all of it. I want, first of all, a show of hands. Who voted early today? All right. Sounds good. Oh, and they're waving.
Who did they vote for? I wonder.
That was the first thing you wanted to know. How many voted for me?
Can we ask that if they didn't vote for me, you can leave right now.
So another show of hands. How many of you actually feel good about how the economy is right now? No.
Yeah.
You have our first question on the economy. We will start there. Your first name, please, and tell us your hometown.
My name is Lisa, and I live in the city of Milton. First of all, welcome back to Georgia, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
Americans are concerned about the state of our economy. Democrats argue that your policies favor the wealthy, especially through tax cuts for billionaires, while the middle class continues to struggle these last 3.5 years under the Biden-Harris administration.
Wow, this is one of the most confusing sentences I've ever heard. She's like, the terrible, terrible Biden administration has been crushing us, but your tax policies are actually really super bad. So I guess I'm confused, and can you explain why? Can you explain why I'm so confused?
Could you outline your plans to revitalize the economy again as president and policies that specifically support the middle class when reelected?
Sure. Thank you very much. Great question.
It's the best question.
And sort of an easy question for me to answer because
It's the easiest question. Our tax policies are going to be great for the very richest people. If you happen to be one of them, it's going to be really good for you too. So don't worry.
Very much. Great question. And sort of an easy question for me to answer because we have tremendous wealth in this country, but it's under our feet. It's called liquid gold. and we're going to bring down your energy costs, and with that, everything's going to follow. We're also going to make it possible for companies to come into our...
So he's not answering her question even slightly. He's like, I know people don't like the fact that I gave the billionaires a big tax cut, and it's not really great for little people. But guess what? I'm going to make gasoline super cheap, and electricity is going to be dirt cheap. And so it's fine. You're going to keep paying the same taxes billionaires pay, but guess what? Guess what? It's fine, because your energy bill is going to be a little bit less, and so it's going to be fine.
Again, we've lost so many businesses. If you're in furniture making, like in North Carolina, they're flocking out of our country because we have politicians that don't know what to do. We're bringing them all back. We have a tax rate that's going to lure them, and we're going to protect them.
Yeah, all those poor furniture manufacturers. This is speaking to those people out there. If you are a furniture manufacturer, this is for you, okay? You regular people out there, all of you furniture manufacturing companies and stuff like that. Just the regular guy and gal. Well, gal. It's really not about guys right now, right? It's just about the gals. It's about the ladies.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina. Don't be creepy.
Know what to do. We're bringing them all back. We have a tax rate that's going to lure them, and we're going to protect them with tariffs so they can make money and so they don't get stolen. But we're going to have record-setting jobs. And just to know, the advantage I have is that I've done it. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had never had an economy. And remember this, we also had the safest border in the history of our country. We never had
what does that have to do with it?
The famous graph that I looked at, my all-time favorite piece of paper.
I'm so confused. What? Did we switch questions or something?
My all-time favorite. I love that piece of paper. But that shows you, that day, the day I left office, the border was the safest it ever was in the history of our country. We had the fewest number of people. We have the least amount of drugs. Everything was human trafficking, which is now 12 times higher than it was when... And it's trafficking, I hate to say this, mostly in women. It's a vicious thing because of the internet and because of this administration, maybe more so than the internet. But we had the safest border. We had the best economy. Think of it, a combination of security and finance and all of the other things. And we're going to make it even better. We're going to make the border even better. But the border can't... we did things with the border that nobody could have done, including we built 571 miles of wall, and that wall worked. Then I got Mexico to give us soldiers, a lot of soldiers, 28,000 soldiers.
Wait, what? You got Mexico to give us soldiers? What? I'm sorry.
China?
Very confused. I've literally never heard that one time, ever. I feel like I have to look it up.
Mexico to give us soldiers, a lot of soldiers, 28,000 soldiers to protect us. I said, you have to protect us because you're letting all of these criminals come into our country. You have to protect us. They said, we're not going to do it. I said, good, then I'm just going to tariff all your goods until you do it. They said, like I said, we're going to do it. And they gave us the soldiers. So we had great protection. And we had the best economy in the history of our country.
Okay, let's get back to the economy. According to America's Health Ranking Organization, 70.7% of Americans aged 65 and over voted in the past presidential election. So women are the largest registered and active group of voters. Social Security is important to some women, and people over the age of 65 are...
Okay, so I'm looking it up right now. It doesn't appear that this is based in any fact whatsoever. And Mexico didn't give anybody any troops. It was about U.S. troops, it appears. And so it's just wild. Fact-checking Donald Trump live is always a tough time because most of what he's saying is always a fiction. But no, it does not appear that Mexico gave us 28,000 troops. Not according to a reality.
I don't want reality.
best economy in the history of our country.
Okay, let's get back to the economy. According to America's Health Ranking Organization, 70.7% of Americans aged 65 and over voted in the past presidential election. So women are the largest registered and active group of voters. Social Security is important to some women, and people over the age of 65 are a very large voting bloc as well. You have said that you would not tax some of that Social Security money. How would that work?
We're not going to tax any of the Social Security money, the benefits that go to seniors, because what you've done, what they've done to you with inflation is a disaster. It's the economy. But in terms of really the numbers, it's the inflation. We had the worst, they say it's in 48 years, I say ever. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country.
Now, I'm going to point this out. Not taxing Social Security benefits will not, in fact, bring inflation down, right? Having more money in the system, you know, in monetary theory, would potentially create more inflation, right? But it's weird to, you know, hear him suddenly switch over in this way, but perhaps not that unexpected, really.
With inflation.
Whoopsies.
Is a disaster. It's the economy. But in terms of really the numbers, it's the inflation. We had the worst, they say it's in 48 years, I say ever. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And the ones that really got hurt the worst are people that are on a fixed income, like our seniors. And I said...
Now, the thing about Donald Trump is he is constantly identifying problems in some ways that do exist, right? Like the inflation thing. It is a problem, especially for seniors and people living on fixed incomes. And yet you never hear him actually have solutions for the things that he actually identifies correctly, right? In this case, right? Because I can guarantee you, and in fact, I haven't even watched this whole interview, but I can guarantee you he has zero actual solutions for inflation. He just plans to, supposedly give people more money, stop taxing this or that, so you have more money and blah blah blah. But that doesn't actually solve inflation in any real way. It's just sort of a short-term solution to a thing, very very short-term solution to so short-term in some cases. In fact, in many people's cases, it's not even going to be beneficial. And he certainly isn't planning on, addressing price gouging by massive multinational corporations. And in fact, the tariffs that he wants to put in place are definitely not going to help with inflation. That's just factual. That's just economics. It's just literally, unless overnight every single company that sells in the United States decides to bring their manufacturing here, and literally overnight, right? Like they'd have to also create the manufacturing capabilities overnight as well. You may be saying to yourself, I don't think that's possible, Streamlord. Well, guess what?
I don't want reality.
We're not going to tax Social Security benefits on our seniors, and we're not.
And we can pay for that.
And that will a little bit more than even make up to what you. I mean, you lost a fortune. You went up again. They say 21%. I think it's 50%, and all of that money you're in a fixed income. People that were buying breakfast,
it's
they
actually
can no longer
neither
buy
of
breakfast.
those.
They have a case. A woman goes up to the counter with 3 apples. And then she says, oh, I can't afford it. She brings 1 apple back. That's not supposed to be our country. That's not our country.
All right, let's move to a big
Why don't people have
campaign
more
issue.
apples?
I don't know if many people thought this would be where we are at this point, but in the election and in this country, transgender issues have become a focal point in races up and down the ballot. How many of you are worried about biological men and boys competing against women and girls in sports? Just show me. That's almost that is the entire room. And I know you have a question.
Wow, shocking! A Fox
By the way,
News,
excuse me, it's
a
so
Fox
crazy.
News town hall,
It's so crazy.
where the women in the room are concerned about this basically non-existent issue. Wow. Who could have guessed a town hall hosted by a network constantly fear-mongering about this have concerns about it? Wow.
Your question, your name and your hometown.
My name is Linda, and I'm from Milton, Georgia.
Good.
But originally Brooklyn, New York. I'd get that in there. My question is, how do you plan on addressing the transgender issue in women's sports? I have 9 grandchildren, 6 of them female, all playing sports, and we are very concerned for their safety, not just on the field and the courts, but in their locker rooms as well.
Right. It's such an easy question, and everybody in the room, and you know that answer, we're not going to let it happen. You look, just yesterday, they had a volleyball match. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Where a person that transitioned, okay? We have to be very careful because this can terminate your political career if you say it's slightly off, all right? But transition from man to female.
Look at that. Donald Trump
was on the volleyball, and I saw...
shockingly attempting to navigate the English language here in a way that is potentially non-offensive. Let's find out. Let's see how this goes. I mean, it's probably not going to go good. But, you know.
Transitioned from man to female and was on a volleyball. And I saw the slam. It was a slam. I never saw a ball hit so hard, hit the girl on the head. But other people, even in volleyball, they've been permanently, I mean, they've been really hurt badly, women playing men. But you don't have to do the volleyball.
I'm sorry. Where is the evidence for this? What is he talking about? I've literally never heard of this before. Apparently women are being viciously attacked on volleyball courts? This is news to me.
Really hurt badly, women playing men. But you don't have to do the volleyball. We stop it. We stop it. We absolutely stop it. You can't have it. It's a man playing in the game. I mean, physically, from a muscular standpoint, even if it was a little bit less, maybe they do all sorts of tests and drugs and everything else. Look at what's happened in swimming.
Wait, Donald, he's open to it? It sounds like Donald Trump is saying he's open to the idea, depending on when people transition. Is that what he just said? Am I hearing him right? I mean, it's a little hard because he speaks in such sentence fragments, but from what I just heard is Donald Trump saying, you know, maybe if you transition early enough and you don't have a certain sort of body mass or testosterone, you might be a woman. Let's listen to that again, because I just want to double check. Just want to double check this here. It's woke, Donald.
We stop it. We absolutely stop it. You can't have it. It's a man playing in the game. I mean, physically, from a muscular standpoint, even if it was a little bit less, maybe they do all sorts of tests and drugs and everything else. Look at what's happened in swimming. Look at the records that are being broken.
So how do you stop it? Do you go to the sports leagues? Do you go to the Olympic
You just ban it. The president bans it.
Back.
You just don't let it happen. Not a big deal.
I take it back. He felt like he was going in maybe the right direction, and then he lost me immediately after. Donald, for one second, I thought that you were ready to come all the way around.
You have the next question. I know.
What do you know?
My name is Rachel Rachel S. here from Cumming, Georgia.
Okay.
I'm a single mom to 2 kids here. And just in 3.5 years, my child tax credit has increased by 80%. Just in 3.5 years.
Look, she got like a little bedazzled Trump pin here. I mean, it's... I love how they claim that this room is representative of all women, but it's clearly not, right? I mean, if you're at this Fox News town hall, there's a high likelihood you have stuff like this in your closet, or perhaps a hat like this that says RNC delegate.
So hot right now.
child tax credit decreased by 80% almost.
You get what? Excuse me?
Her child
Sorry, this-
tax credit
Oh,
has
tax-
decreased by 80%.
That's
Sorry, my child tax credit
Right.
has decreased by almost
Right.
80%. Daycare for the lowest amount is roughly $1,400 a month for one child here.
yeah.
Last year, I broke my neck. I almost lost.
You have a beautiful voice, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm having a panic attack.
What
right
is
now.
that? What is he doing right now? Is he hitting on her? What's happening?
I almost lost.
Beautiful.
Last year, I broke my neck. I almost lost.
You have a beautiful voice, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm having a panic attack right now. Like, don't panic. I'm right here with you. But last year I had broken my neck and I tried applying for any kind of assistance.
Zero
and was
Megastar just
denied
cheered
because
100
I did not
bits.
make less than
Hydration is
$700 a month.
important.
Hey, thanks for the bits, Omegastar. Much appreciated. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. What was I doing? Oh, right. We're listening to this. I mean, this woman's problems here are very real, right? She's making more than, the amount needed to qualify for certain assistance and whatever else. You can be put in a very bad situation. And in many cases, people are forced to make very difficult decisions because of that. And, some of these sort of means testing things are really just, causing more problems than helping. And it's not like Donald Trump is going to fix this, right? If anything, him and his cohorts are planning to completely dismantle the, welfare state, right? And things like that. Now, it's possible that specifically with the child tax credit, because of J.D. Vance, maybe that stays around, but most of, any other sorts of government benefits and stuff, they're planning on getting rid of them, right? Like, that's just genuinely their plan.
$1,400 a month for one child here.
Oh my God.
Daycare for the lowest amount is roughly $1,400 a month for one child here.
Yeah.
Last year I broke my neck. I almost lost.
You have a beautiful voice, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I'm having a panic attack right now. Like, don't panic. I'm right here with you. But last year I had broken my neck and I tried applying for any kind of assistance and was denied because I did not make less than $700 a month. And I'm shaking like a freaking leaf. I cannot stop. So I could not afford daycare. I obviously was having to go through physical therapy and a lot of issues, and I'm still having issues to this day.
Right, I understand.
But what kind of realistic changes that do
And maybe you should get your dad to give you $100 million, and then you won't have to worry about that kind of stuff, or just get a second job. That'll fix your money problems.
can provide single parents, married parents, any kind of parent to just simply afford children in today's world with the way things are.
Right? It is not fair.
No.
You never heard of Ivanka, right? Ivanka. My daughter drove me crazy on this. We had the simplest, most beautiful I gave you the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, okay? Larger than the Reagan cuts, larger. But my daughter, Ivanka, she said, Dad, we have to do tax credits for women, for the child tax credits. She was driving me crazy. Then I did it, and I got it just about done. Dad, you've got to double it up. I said, Ivanka, it was actually more complicated than the entire bill, but I got it done. And what we're going to do, and I'm going to because I understand exactly what you're saying, we're going to readjust things so that it's fair to everybody, because it's really not fair to everybody. But we have a lot, and we're going up higher, but we're also going to readjust, because you have to make some readjustments. It's unfair to some people, and we're not going to have.
Right. I think everybody should be concerned about what he's talking about. Republicans playing with tax code. Literally, we've seen it enough times at this point that the only possible outcome is that most regular people are going to be fucked over by it. Is it the end? I think this is nearly the end, isn't it?
But she was the one that got it started. You know, those were our credits. Those were not the Democrat credits. A lot of Republicans said, rightfully, don't do it because we never get credit for that. You know, we're not known for that. But the truth is, I wanted to put it all in the form of the tax cut. So I got the maximum tax cut, but we're also bringing down the taxes for companies and for people. We're bringing it down to 15%. And for companies, only if you make your product, build your product in the USA. Otherwise, you don't get it. So it'll be good.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
We already brought the corporate tax rate down. So I don't know what he's getting on about. I'm pretty sure it's nearly 15% already, isn't it? Well, that was way more Fox News than we usually watch on this channel. But hopefully it was at least somewhat informative or entertaining. It seems like all of the streams have caught up now, which is nice to see. All 3 streams going strong. All right, or at least nearly. Yeah, the flat streams are still slightly further behind. I don't know why. There's no explanation. Okay. Now, let's talk the rest of this race, because Donald Trump is only half of it. Gotta talk Kamala Harris. And we'll start with this one. This is from 3 days ago on the Breakfast Club podcast, where Kamala Harris spoke to Charlemagne the God. Shit, it's in the middle of it. Honestly, I think that this has to do just with her intonation. Right? Because it's not like she takes an inordinate amount of time to answer questions. She speaks clearly and eloquently. But I think it's genuinely just got to do with her intonation of voice. Right? And people interpret that as somehow her not being serious. But, and I think it's because people are mostly used to patriarchs. They're used to men being in charge and listening to that sort of tone of voice when it comes to, authoritative stuff, which is completely sexist, but I may be at least partially true as to why maybe some people think this. I don't know. I'm really just opining, really, because I'm really not in people's heads or anything, but it was just something I was thinking to myself earlier when I was listening to her. So I do listen to Kamala talk, not quite a lot. Oops. Yeah, we do say that. We've been saying that quite a lot. What was I about to say? Sorry, I got distracted by that end statement she made. Oh my god. The ADD. Why must you forsake me? God damn. What was I saying? Oh, I think one reason why the race is still so close, and I mean, there's multiple reasons for that, but one of those reasons is the fact that they didn't get the second debate, and that she really, because of that, there has been no sort of unifying moment for her to sort of pitch herself to the American people, like more broadly, like the debates do, where you have tens of millions of people all watching at the same time. And so now the struggle is that we got less than 20 days left, 17 days left now. 18? It's like 17 or 18 days left. And she has to somehow make that case without a debate and get enough people interested in watching it somehow. It's watching her, watching what she has, or listening at least to what she has to say. They don't actually have to see her. You just have to hear her. And she has actually, part of that though, I mean, there's multiple problems, right, of course. Because she is struggling to distance herself from the Biden administration. And I think that is not good. And if she doesn't find a way to do that soon, it's going to be problematic due to much of the baggage that comes with the Biden administration.
It is
You like her necklace? It is nice.
a real.
Just because we don't have time for all of this, let's go to this one, I think. Let's go a little bit back before it. There we go.
The Sixth Amendment.
Come on. Work with
Voting rights
Whoopsies.
advancement act.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Whether it of what tell you.
Thank you, Kamala. That's a good answer. And the fact is, I found her in this interview to be better than she has been. I mean, I don't know necessarily about talking points themselves, but just in terms of how like confident she sounds and more relaxed. That much I feel like I did notice that in this interview. All right, that's enough of that. I mean, if you want to watch that whole interview, by all means, Breakfast Club has it up there. It's an hour long. So we don't have time for that, unfortunately. My little sound clips are great. Thank you. I'm glad. I do my best. I do my best.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
All right, now let's go to this. And actually, I just decided to do this slightly differently than I was planning on. So, do give me just a short moment to fix that. Here. We're just gonna watch this clip video that I made of this Fox News interview that Kamala Harris did on with what's his name? Brett Baier.
Democrats. But let me just.
And in this video, I kept track of how many times. It's not the whole video, right? It's just portions of it, and we're going to watch it slightly faster than normal speed just to get through this. It's honestly one of the most nonsense interviews ever. You've probably seen parts of it already. But here we go.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
Wait,
how many
actually,
illegal immigrants would you...
Hold on. We're still on the wrong screen. There we go. It's weird. It's like a galactic inception. You're on the Galactic News Network live stream and you're watching a Galactic News Network clip. It's very odd. It's a galactic nesting doll.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but just a number. Do you think it's...
So this is basically the entire theme of this entire interview, right? Bret Baier continues from this moment, 10 seconds after asking the question, to interrupt Kamala Harris before she can answer any of his questions. Because he doesn't like the answers, he decides to interrupt every time that he thinks he's going to get something that is either sort of contrary to the narrative Fox News has been putting out. It's truly a masterclass in non-journalism, aka propaganda.
$3 million.
Be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of 6 million people have been released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal.
Look at this. All right, so we're 50 seconds into this, and remember this is a clip video, so there are some stuff that I cut out. But we're 50 seconds into this video. Within 10 seconds of having asked his question, he interrupts Kamala Harris to start asking the same question again, but in a more long-winded way. It's absolutely wild. I'm just going to count out loud for how long this takes. Let's do this. Go back. Interrupts the vice president multiple times to re-ask the same question.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes.
15.
So looking back,
16,
you regret the decision
17,
to terminate remain in Mexico
18,
at the beginning of your administration.
19.
Fix our immigration system.
And so remember, this is on is it double speed or 1.5 speed? Okay, we're on 1.5 speed. So it's 20 seconds, which means it's really actually 30 seconds. So he spent the first half of the first minute asking a question, interrupts Kamala Harris 10 seconds later when she starts answering that, and then spends another half of a minute asking the same fucking question. What a journalist. This guy killing it. That's journalism right there.
It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the elite.
Yes, may I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish.
You had the White House and the House and the Senate,
and
they didn't bring up that bill.
I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
It would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the Attorney General, former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
Six Democrats voted against that bill.
Learned about that bill, not playing political games with the issue, but actually is focused on fixing it.
6 Democrats voted against that bill.
That we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together to ensure that no future harm would occur, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part.
2 minutes in, he's interrupted 23 times. 24 times.
Let's talk about that.
Pretty incredible.
In all fairness, I told you I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said
they need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to fix, Brett. That's how the system works.
That's the premise of this question.
Okay, we've had enough of this nonsense. You can watch this whole video on the channel, of course, if you haven't already. But we are really close to needing to take a break here. How far are we in? Wow, we're at 2 hours, so very close to needing to take a break. You might need to start moving a little bit faster over here. Okay, what's next on my list? Oh, let's just quickly look at this, because this is the way Bret Baier usually does interviews. This was Bret Baier on Fox News, once again, interviewing an individual you might be familiar with by the name of Nikki Haley, Republican representative? I think she's a congresswoman, isn't she? She's not a senator, I don't think. Am I wrong? Is Nikki Haley a senator? I can't even remember. It's not important. It's really about the tone of this interview.
Welcome back to Special Report. Joining me now, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, former South Carolina governor, former ambassador to the United Nations.
That's right, South Carolina governor.
Back on Special Report.
And she lost that race.
Great to be with you, Brett. Thanks.
I want to start with the breaking news. The former president seems to believe that he may get arrested, in other words, be indicted by the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg. I want to get your reaction to that. Don't know that it's official yet, but your thoughts about it.
Well, I think right now it's rumor, and I certainly hope it's not the case. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. But, from everything I've seen from this New York district.
Now, she goes on talking the whole time without being interrupted. She finishes, I think, around here.
American public cares about than to sit there and have to deal with some revenge by some political people in New York.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was
Look at that. It's like a
dance.
It's like a dance. He's like, he senses when she's going to finish a sentence and jumps in afterwards with, honestly, what I gotta say is pretty good rhythm. Really got in there, played the double dutch of that conversationalism there and got in at the right time somehow without interrupting, like a normal human being. And remember, in this moment, she is not she is not the only thing she is a presidential candidate and a former governor. She's not official. She's completely just a civilian. And in fact, when he was talking to Kamala Harris just now, she was in fact the vice president of the country, but instead spent the whole fucking interview interrupting her rather than letting the American people hear what she had to say.
Here's a piece of that.
Honestly, we don't need to watch the rest of it because this is how it goes for the rest of the time. I mean, it's not a shocker, right? That he has Nikki Haley on, that he's completely cordial, he doesn't interrupt any times during the entire interview, and everybody leaves without having acted like a child. Well, aside from the actual content of what's said. But I'm not here to... That's not the point of this. The point of this is not to assess that. We don't have time for that. We have to keep moving. All right, let's go to this quick clip of Tim Walz at a recent rally in... Where was this? Was this Michigan? I can't remember. Should write stuff down.
This is what it looks
North
like
Carolina.
to be unified, and we're going to have a choice in 19
North Carolina.
days to decide to go down a road that...
Start from the beginning. There we go.
This is what it looks like to be unified, and we're going to have a choice in 19 days to decide to go down a road that Donald Trump wants to take us down of chaos and division, or Kamala Harris's vision of a United States that cares about each and every one. So we're going everywhere. Kamala and I are going everywhere. Between the two.
Whoa, what's that?
Between the two of us, we're about regulars on Fox News now. We're just going out there, whatever. But Donald Trump's not going many places, and there's a reason why. He finally came out yesterday, and he did a little town hall on Univision. I don't know if some of you saw this. And he got pressed and asked, I wouldn't call them hard questions, I would ask them honest questions. And they asked him, why are you and J.D. Vance making up stories about people who are in this country legally, putting them at risk, spreading disgusting, untrue stories about folks in Springfield, Ohio, Aurora, Colorado? That's what he's been doing. It tells you just about everything you need to know about this. These lies that they're saying, Republican officials are telling them to stop it. And then they tell lies about the Republican officials who tell them to quit telling lies, because that's who they are. But look, let's be honest. There are outsiders coming into communities, stealing and moving jobs away, and making life harder for people living there. And they have names, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. That's who they are. That is who's going there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, there you have it. Tim Walz claiming that the people who are taking jobs away from communities and causing people to be in danger
days to go until election day, and today the race for the
are
White
not in
House runs
fact
through New York
immigrants,
City. Former
but
President Trump
Donald
will attend
Trump and J.D. Vance, who are both
annual Al
Americans,
Smith
from
dinner.
my understanding.
And today the race for the White House.
Hey, would you settle down?
19 days to go
Pal,
until
hey,
election
buddy.
day, and today the
God
race for the White House run.
damn it. You're killing my vibes. What was I doing? That just totally threw me the fuck off. Where are we? Ah, yes. Here we are. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from a day ago. We are getting close to current right now on things, it would seem, at least on the political sphere. God damn, we are moving slow on this stream. 2 hours and 12 minutes already. We haven't even gotten to the second half. This is crazy. I did not show a whole lot of restraint today. I'll be real. I mean, I showed some restraint. I could have shown more. I started with 150 videos. It's been 4 days. I just keep adding them. Whenever I see a video that I want to watch on the stream, I just add it to my list. I cut it down from 150 down to 110. But the fact I didn't break 100 really doesn't feel like I was restrained. Although, I've claimed restraint on less. But it just doesn't feel right in this moment. Because a lot of these are long-ass videos. Yeah, let's go to ABC 7 here. Just to kind of give us the vibes. Give me vibes, dude. Vibe me up.
19 days to go until Election Day, and today the race for the White House runs through New York City. Former President Trump will attend the annual Al Smith dinner in Manhattan. But in a break with tradition, the other candidate this year, Vice President Harris, has turned down the invitation, choosing instead to campaign in Wisconsin.
Honestly,
ABC's
I respect that.
Cordero with the latest.
In suburban
I respect that. Not going to the Catholic dinner thing in New York City during such a tight race, I think it's a wise decision. Honestly, like, you know, the Catholics don't have the greatest reputation. I don't know if you're familiar with any of that. Obviously I'm being sarcastic. But point is that in this moment, going to some fucking dinner in New York City, of all places, a place that Kamala doesn't need to do any campaigning in, it just makes perfect sense. And fact is I am glad she didn't go. I don't respect the people who went to this dinner, honestly. I think if you're still going to Catholic church right now and you're still big into it and you don't see any problems with that, then, you know, we gotta, I mean, maybe not you and I need to have a talk, but I mean, maybe just have a moment to consider why that might actually be problematic.
ABC's Christiane Cordero with the latest.
In suburban Pennsylvania Wednesday, Vice President Harris pitched common ground to an audience of mostly Republicans.
At stake in this race are the democratic ideals that our founders and generations of Americans before us have fought for.
Harris continued to blast Trump as a threat to democracy at the rally and during a contentious interview with Fox News, a network that frequently criticizes her and praises her opponent.
Ooh, is that true? HuffPost is saying that 7 million people watched her on the Fox Brett Baier fiasco, whereas only 3 million watched Donald Trump's town hall for the women. Interesting.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
President for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been
all right, we don't need this. We are moving along.
Kind of rhetoric.
Thanks. Great job, CBS. What's next? Let's go here. Oh, this is Donald Trump again at the very dinner we were just talking about.
Interview last night. Huh? A major issue in this race is child care, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of
Concept
advice
of a plan.
I would have for her in the event that she wins would
I don't think I'm not sure what's going on with his sort of indecision between these two words, concept and plan. But it's getting to be something of a theme, at least a common occurrence.
people don't like it.
Concepts of plans, we all got them.
The piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband Doug anywhere near the nannies. Just keep them away. That's a nasty one. That's nasty. I told these idiots that gave me this stuff, that's too tough. Oh, I did. You know, they told me the last time I did this, I was running against Crooked Hillary. And, I mean Hillary. No, I was running against Crooked Hillary and I did it. And I thought it was a roast. So I was told it's a roast. And I had the meanest guy you've ever seen write stuff up. And man, was the room angry. Even the Cardinal remembers. I went overboard. Don't you agree, Cardinal? It was like terrible. And I knew I was in trouble around midway through because, you know, people are not, even my own side was angry at me. They were saying it's too much. But I did it anyway. I didn't give it away. Campaigning can take a toll on a family and family life, although I hear that Kamala and her husband carve out some really beautiful alone time at the end of the day for an intimate dinner, just Doug, her, and the teleprompter that she uses quite well. And by the way, she wouldn't have liked this tonight if she was told about no teleprompter. I can't believe.
Wow, Donald Trump, he just didn't get his teleprompter. Not fair. Kamala gets one. I don't. What? I'm not good enough? Jeez.
To a teleprompter. They said they've never had a teleprompter in the history of this dinner. I told that to the Cardinal, right? And then a teleprompter pops up for. He must be a very important comedian to get that.
Wow. So yeah, if you didn't catch the part of the beginning, which was really the important part of this, I just wanted to watch the whole thing. I don't know why. Just because it's completely unhinged, and it's him at this fucking Catholic dinner, where I'm pretty sure it's entirely possible, a child was at least in danger of, and, well, yeah, there's Donald Trump speaking there saying, about, second gentleman, oh my god, my brain just broke, second gentleman Doug Emhoff, to Kamala Harris to keep him away from the nannies. Now, I'm pretty sure both of Kamala Harris and Doug's children are adults, so I could be wrong about that, but I don't think they're going to be needing any nannies. But it's a weird vibe, especially coming from a man who is notorious for having, grabbed people by the pussy, had multiple illicit affairs with porn stars, having paid off at least a couple of those porn stars during an election cycle. I mean, it's weird for him to be warning other people about, the sexual conduct of other men. Maybe look inwards. I believe that's what the insinuation was. I mean, he could be just saying that the nannies are mean at the White House. I honestly don't know. But yeah, let's. And the other thing that comes to mind is, does Donald Trump have personal experience with this? Were their nannies watching? You know what? I'll bet they might have had nannies watching, the kids of Ivanka, right? Ivanka and Jared, because they got a couple of young kids, if I'm not mistaken, and they were both working in the White House. So I'll bet Yeah, Donald Trump must have some sort of personal experience with those White House nannies. Perhaps an investigation is due on this particular one. Here were some more comments from Donald Trump at this fucking dinner for Catholic donors.
Turkey, I just found that out today. You know, I haven't been in New York that much. Don't let it, but you're going to win, Eric. We have another former New York City mayor with us, frankly, easily the worst in our history. And it's not Michael, that I can tell you. I'm surprised that Bill de Blasio was actually able to make it tonight, to be honest. He was a terrible mayor. I don't give a shit.
What does that even mean? He's surprised that Bill de Blasio could make it? What does that even mean? I'm pretty sure Bill de Blasio is younger than Donald Trump, and he's no longer in office. So what would be keeping him from making it to this event? That just doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand. What is keeping him from coming to this? Honestly, Bill de Blasio loves these kinds of shindigs. Come on. Black tie dinner?
He was a terrible mayor. He did a
right up Bill's alley.
He did a horrible job. That's not comedy, by the way. That's fact. But unlike the rest of New York, at least Bill doesn't have to worry about the criminals. They owe him big. He let them get away with a lot of stuff. Well, I'd better wrap up because Mayor Adams told me earlier that I needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. That's right.
Wow. I can't believe that got laughs. Jesus Christ. Not gonna lie though, this was funnier than the Jim Gaffigan supposed comedy. I tried watching that. It was rough. It was difficult.
Needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. That's right, they've reserved many rooms, a lot of rooms, too many rooms.
Okay. Kind of sputtered there at the end. But he is a man in his 80s, so... timing not necessarily is going to be his strong suit. All right, now let's go here to a Kamala Harris event, campaign rally in what I believe was Wisconsin from... when was this? This must have been earlier. This was probably early morning on Friday, I think. Yeah, Forbes Clip Factory.
Now, Donald Trump has a very different view on reproductive freedom. And he refuses continuously to acknowledge the harm he has caused. See for yourself. Let's roll a clip.
I will protect women at a level never seen before. You will be protected, and I will be your protector. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. Everybody wanted it, and I did it. Because for 54 years, they were trying to get...
That one, to me, it gets me every time because it's just so nonsensical. Because it's not like, most people who get abortions aren't thinking about abortions at all times, right? It's just... It's in moments, right? So, it's a sort of a situational basis. It's like a case by case. Not that there aren't, you know what I'm saying, right? It's not like there aren't people who don't see this as an important political issue and are thinking about it on a more regular basis. But I think for the regular person, it comes up most often. You know, and it's just such a weird statement to make. It's like when he says it, all I can imagine is every single woman in America just going through their day, you know, just sort of like a montage of just all the women, you know, all 100 and whatever, like 60 plus million women in America, just all simultaneously going through their days and just all they're thinking about is abortion. Just walking to an abortion clinic, going to a pharmacy to get a Plan B pill, you know, just like literally. And then it just, I don't know why it's so funny to me. It shouldn't be, but it is. Makes me probably
and
a child.
I will be your protector. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. Everybody wanted it, and I did it. Because for 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it. And so the women thing, I did a great thing long term, and I think they'll understand on the Roe v. Wade. I did a great thing. Oh, I want to talk about IVF. I'm the father.
You don't hear that every day.
I'm the father of IVF.
Don't be creepy.
Okay. The courts will take care of that. Let's take care of November.
Illegal.
Okay. You don't like imagining. That's a totally fair point and complaint. Nobody likes it, I don't think. I think even Donald Trump probably has some aversion to it. I mean, it's got to be gross for him to even witness it. He's probably got to close his eyes for most of it. Or maybe he wears like one of those VR goggles, headsets, Oculus, something like that. All right, let's go here as a bombshell has dropped earlier today, somewhere around, I think, it was like 5 in the evening. Here's CNN with the story. It's been a busy week.
Unsealed, a trove of documents, nearly 2,000 pages outlining Special Counsel Jack Smith's evidence against Donald Trump in the January 6th federal case are now public. These are documents Trump's defense team fought to keep sealed through the election. Our Evan Perez is with us now to walk us through what we are seeing. Evan.
Well, Dana, there's a lot of documents that are completely sealed, that are completely redacted. We can't see exactly what they are, but these documents represent the evidence that Jack Smith has and that he wants to use in a potential prosecution of the former president. Again, if that goes through, of course, the election will decide some of that. But among the things that we are seeing in these pages are, for instance, a memo from John Eastman describing what he said was Vice President Pence's power to not certify the election. There are pictures of those fake elector certificates. Again, part of the evidence against Donald Trump is that they were trying to use these elector certificates to not certify the election. And also there's an interview with an unidentified aide at the White House who said that on January 6th, after he came back from his rally, the former president wanted to see essentially what was the happening at the Capitol with the riots, and he went to retrieve a Diet Coke so that the president could sit there and watch some of the TV coverage. Now, part of what as you pointed out, the Trump team was asking is that this disinformation not come out until after the election. Judge Tanya Chutkan rebutted that when she ordered the release. Here's what she said. She said, if the court withheld information that the public otherwise had a right to access solely because of the potential political consequences of releasing it, that withholding could itself constitute or appear to be election interference. That is her answer to what Donald Trump has been arguing, which is that this is an election interference. Dana?
It's election interference. Making records that should have already been public.
Illegal.
Now, I haven't seen any of these documents. Supposedly there's, I think, what did they say, 700 pages of them? Maybe, I can't remember. Maybe they said more. I can't remember. It was just an inordinate number. So I have not even kind of looked at them, even slightly. Upon hearing it, I kind of got ill. I was like, please don't make me look at it. I don't want to. It was like when I heard about how big Project 2025 is. I was like, can please somebody make a montage? A nice, you know, someone make a YouTube vid for me on this. Don't make me read it. I'm sure some diligent individual will do that soon. If they don't, I may be forced into. I highly doubt that there's no way that that's possible. I feel like right now there's a team of people in the White House working on it as we speak, as well as probably most news agencies. Let's go to this. Speaking of documents and other things. Let's talk about this NDA Donald apparently wanted Stormy Daniels to sign recently.
A lawyer for Donald Trump asked adult film star Stormy Daniels to sign a new non-disclosure agreement this year, according to documents provided to CBS News by Daniels' attorney. The documents show a proposed agreement from July in which Daniels wouldn't be able to talk about her interactions with the former president or question, quote, his suitability as a candidate for president. Trump's team made the ask just 8 weeks after the former president was found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records. In exchange, they said Daniels would pay a reduced settlement to Trump. You might remember Daniels sued Trump in 2018. That case was dismissed and she was on the hook for his legal fees. Daniels' lawyer told CBS News the offer was inconceivable. Trump denies any sexual encounter with Daniels.
Inconceivable. That's what I need. I need an inconceivable sound shot. Why I don't have it yet is in fact inconceivable. Wallace Shawn. What a legend. Alright, let's go here to Zateo. Mehdi has what appears to be the closing word on the elections here. Come on, Mehdi. Give it to us.
Madam Vice President, if you're watching, there's something I need to say to you. The polls aren't looking great for you right now. It's neck and neck in the swing states, and if you lose the election, Democrats are already getting ready to blame this or that minority community. Some are already pointing fingers at Muslim and Arab voters who aren't, of course, fans of yours right now because of Gaza. So please hear me out when I say 3 things to you about all of this. First, if you're going to blame a group of voters for a defeat next month, blame white people.
I don't want
it wasn't
reality.
just white men, but white women who helped elect Trump last time around in 2016. In fact, no Democratic presidential nominee has won a majority of the white vote since LBJ. Not Bill Clinton, not Joe Biden, and you won't either. The truth is that Muslim and Arab voters and black men and Latinos, all of the different ethnic groups who we are constantly told are deserting the Democrats, will still end up voting for you over Trump at higher rates than white people, especially white men. So don't blame the Muslims or the Arabs or the non-white folks if you lose. Number 2, you really shouldn't blame any voters if you lose, because politicians like yourself need to take responsibility for earning their votes, our votes. You, like every other candidate for president, don't have the right to anyone's vote. You have to make the case. And number 3, Muslim and Arab voters would vote for you, like they did for Joe Biden last time round, if you gave them a good reason to, especially on Gaza, the issue that most Muslim voters have declared their priority, and that you and Biden have failed them on. And yet, again and again, you have not just not courted the Muslim American vote and the Arab American vote in a key swing state like Michigan, for example, you have actively spurned it. You could have met with the uncommitted movement, which you said you would do back in August, but you never have. Not once. Even though uncommitted represents 700,000 Democratic Party voters nationwide, including over 100,000 in Michigan, where, remember, Hillary Clinton lost to Trump by less than 12,000 votes. You could have had a Palestinian voice at the DNC speaking on stage, but you refused. Ruha Rahman, a Palestinian Muslim woman in a headscarf, in a hijab, an elected Democratic state lawmaker from the crucial swing state of Georgia, was ready to endorse you in primetime. but you didn't give her a chance. You could have said that as a prosecutor, when you're president, you'll enforce the law, both our own Leahy law and international humanitarian law. But you haven't, even though the polls consistently show a majority of Americans want conditions put on arms sales to Israel. You could have said, when asked on The View, that you would have done some things differently to Joe Biden over the last 4 years. But no, you said you would have done nothing at all differently. You could have mentioned Lebanese civilian casualties in your statement on the Israeli killing of the leader of Hezbollah, but you didn't say a word about civilian casualties. It's almost like you're trying to lose Michigan. It's almost
and
like
the fact
you're
is,
pushing people there.
These things are not exclusive to Muslim voters or people in Michigan, right? I mean, he's not wrong about this assessment as it relates to Muslim voters and Michigan in particular, but I think a lot of people have been sort of put off who were previously more excited about Kamala after she was announced, hoping that she would be, a big change. And, I think that to some degree, that sort of thing, I think I've said it before, is partly suppressing that sort of excitement that was there previously, around, say, the time of the DNC and the first debate. Since then, it feels like it's waned because she's, kind of moved towards the center rather than embracing, progressive politics in a real way, rather than a sort of a symbolic way. And that, I think, to a lot of people, they can see through that. They're not, so poorly informed that they can't see that.
Killing of the leader of Hezbollah, but you didn't say a word about civilian casualties. It's almost like you're trying to lose Michigan. It's almost like you're pushing people there into the arms of Jill Stein and the Green Party. Look, don't get me wrong, and don't shoot the messenger. I happen to think Trump is an existential danger to Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, to American democracy, to our climate. I happen to think he'll be much worse on Gaza than you'll be, or Joe Biden has been, though the bar is so low. And I know that Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir want Trump, and not you, as president come January. But just saying Trump, Trump, Trump is not enough for most people. The reality is that most people, Muslims included, don't just want to vote against something. They want to vote for something. They want to vote for you if you can show them that you are different to Biden, that you are...
Exactly. And, if we wanted a president who's just going to come out and do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 8 years, which is just talking about how bad Trump is, which he is. But we could have stuck with Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Better than Trump. Not just by claiming to be working around the clock for a ceasefire, but showing you have an actual plan backed with actual US leverage to stop the killing. That you recognize Palestinian humanity, not just through words, but through deeds. So, Madam Vice President, if you lose Michigan on November the 5th and you lose the race, if the country wakes up to another nightmare Trump presidency, don't you or the Democrats dare blame the Muslims for that. No, you can blame yourself for not changing course, for not listening to advice, for not heeding the polls on this issue, for not even trying to use the power you undeniably have to stop a genocide. There's still time. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications.
I would never do
for
that.
exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered...
I'm already very subscribed to this channel. All right, what's next? Yes. Well, let's look at some of the protests. But before we do... Oh, shit. Did I just click out of my list? I did. Okay, but yeah. Speaking of, Kamala Harris's policy, the Biden administration on Gaza, Palestine, Israel. Let's go to this. And the fact is, you see it in the title, talking about World War III. I don't think I've ever actually said that term on this
Madam Vice President, if you're
channel
watching,
before.
there's
But
something
the
I need to
fact
say.
is, because of some of the recent developments, it does genuinely feel like that is the road we are on. An actual road. More than ever. And that's spilling over into all sorts of places. Pretty much everywhere, considering. That is kind of how I think you could expect with a world event. So let's look at these protests that were happening outside of the New York Stock Exchange earlier this week. I think they were on Tuesday. But in case you haven't seen them, or you just wanted some people to watch with, let's take a peek. What is happening here? This is unacceptable. Honestly, I can't believe Jill Stein's still in the race. It is wild. It is completely nonsensical. She knows that she's not gonna win, and I don't see her using this at all in sort of like a political way. At this point, she would have dropped out. You know, if she had some sort of agenda that she felt that she could gain favor on with either the either the Harris or the Trump administration, like the future one, I think she would have made a move by now, right? And it just seems like she is genuinely attempting to, I don't know. It's like an art project to her or something. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing, and it doesn't make any sense to me. If anything, it just seems like something personal to her. It has nothing to do with actually winning. And it may very well cause some problems for Kamala Harris in this election. Because let's be real, she has no feasible road to... Most people don't even know who Jill Stein is. Let's be fucking real. If you're not watching this stream, you probably don't know. Alright, that's too far. I've gone too far. Point is she has such a tiny incremental amount of the vote. She can only serve to most likely spoil for Kamala Harris in important states. I find it laughable. Anybody suggesting to me that Jill Stein herself believes that she's going to win this. Or that she's even going to get enough percentage of the vote to, get the benefits of that, right? Because there are political benefits to getting a certain amount of the vote, but there's no way that she's going to. All right, let's talk more about these protests, but by way of this Democracy Now! Piece from a few days ago. I think right after this protest happened, they had someone on to speak about it from Jewish Voice for Peace.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Protests over the U.S. arming Israel are continuing. On Monday morning, more than 200 Jewish activists and their allies were arrested as they blocked entrances to the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street. The protesters were calling for an Israeli arms embargo, an end to war profiteering by companies like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. The protest was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace, which said the action was the largest act of civil disobedience in history outside the New York Stock Exchange. Participants in the protests included descendants of Holocaust survivors, as well as Emmy Award-winning comedian Eric Andre, Academy Award-winning filmmaker Laura Poitras, the acclaimed artist Nan Golden, the Oscar-nominated actress Deborah Winger, and the artist Molly Crabapple. Police forcibly removed many of the peaceful protesters, including our next guest, Elena Stein. She's director of organizing and strategy for Jewish Voice for Peace. She was arrested, held for 8 hours. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, Elena. There's a very dramatic picture of you being taken out, held, carried by police on your back. You're wearing the T-shirt you're wearing right now, Stop Arming Israel. Explain what this action was all about.
First of all, thank you so much for having me, Amy and Juan. I've been watching Democracy Now! Every morning for about 15 years, so appreciate everything you all do. Yesterday, 500 Jewish New Yorkers and friends shut down business as usual at the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street, demanding, the epicenter of global capital, demanding that the U.S. stop arming Israel and stop profiting from genocide. And, as we arrived in the morning, we were learning the news that just that night, Israel had bombed the Al-Aqsa hospital and had set at least 30 tents ablaze, full of people who had already been displaced, who still had IVs in their arms from being at the hospital, burning people alive. And this comes after days and days of massacring whole families in the Jabalia refugee camp as part of the larger strategy to block off, to starve, to essentially complete the ethnic cleansing of northern Gaza, where 400,000 people are. This is being called a genocide within a genocide. People are
Okay. Well, that's going to do it for the first half. Yeah, charge my other mouse here. I think I have two. Alright, where are we? Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. We're still trying to get to 500 somehow after 8 months of streaming and posting videos. Although, technically I've only been posting videos for like a month and a half, maybe 2, I guess? How long have I been doing the videos for? Can somebody tell me? Because you're right, I haven't... Who's telling me this? I'm telling myself this. You're right, I have not been posting for that long, but we've been going at it for a super long time, and we need to get to 500 to get monetized on YouTube. Anyway, once you're done doing those two things, I'd like to recommend to you an important consideration, because this stream is entirely funded by viewers like yourself, and, well, we need you to keep the Galactic News Network alive. So, do consider becoming a patron on Patreon, first and foremost of all the places that you could possibly be donating to the Galactic News Network. That is the place to be, where you will be getting the most galactic benefits available to you, and for just the paltry sum of $3 a month. Now, there's other places, of course, that you could potentially donate on. Places like Cash App, PayPal, even Twitch. But honestly, they pay out the very least out of all of these options, so do remember that. Alright, chat. Well, that is it for my capitalist spiel here. On to the space intermission. Make sure to grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, because after this, who knows when we'll have another chance for that. Alright, I'll be right back. just realized I'm late on my return. I'm back. So sorry, chat. Yeah. Okay. Good God. All right. Back. Time for the second half, chat. So let's get right to it. Where do we start? Where do we start? I have to skip over a couple of things just because of how slowly I'm going right now. First half took up an inordinate amount of time. Okay. Let's start with talking about Hurricane Helene. And I know, not Helene, sorry, Milton. Hurricane Milton, as you know, well, it's done. It passed through the area pretty quickly. Went back out to the Atlantic Ocean. Didn't wind up going up the coast like some had predicted. Although most of the models did have it going through right back out to the ocean. And you might be asking yourself, why are we talking about this still? Well, first off is the week-ending report. But you might still be thinking to yourself, that's not checking out. And, well, the reason for that is that floodwaters are still rising to this time, to this moment, at least. Currently, unfortunately, due to the way that these marshlands, and other sorts of areas around rivers, estuaries, in the Florida area, right, is, well, causes this flooding to take a lot of time to actually make it to some areas, and is going to continue flooding, from my understanding, at least up until possibly as late as the end of next week, I think, which is just wild to think about, because the storm has technically been over for a week, maybe longer now. When did it hit? Was it last Tuesday? It was like last Tuesday. Oh, sorry. Hold on. We'll start this off with Democracy Now! If we can. This video wants to play. Wow. Wow, you're all still stuck on that, that screen back there, huh? That's my bad. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Hurricane Milton comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene battered Florida and other southeastern states, killing at least 230 people. A new analysis by the group World Weather Attribution finds the burning of fossil fuels has made highly destructive storms like Helene more than twice as likely. Florida climate activists have declared Republican Governor Ron DeSantis unfit to lead the state since his policies promote fossil fuels, reject sustainable energy options, and ignore or deny the climate crisis. We're joined now by two guests. In our New York studio, David Wallace Wells is with us, New York Times opinion writer, columnist for the New York Times Magazine. His recent piece is headlined Sleeping Through Hurricane Helene, author of the book The Uninhabitable Earth. But we're going first to Manuel Ivan Guerrero, an 18-year-old freshman at the University of Central Florida, UCF. He's an organizer with the Sunrise Movement, helping with hurricane rapid response, and has just called on major TV networks to hold a climate hurricane town hall with the presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump on October 17th, the day early voting begins in the swing state of North Carolina, parts of which were just devastated by Hurricane Helene. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin in Orlando with Manuel. Describe what the situation is right there, Manuel, and where you're living, the number of people who had to evacuate, how intense the rain was, and what you're calling for.
Hi, Amy. Thank you for having me. And the situation here at UCF is honestly a lot better than the rest of the city of Orlando. There's footage and there's stuff from the off-campus housing near UCF and downtown Orlando of trees fallen down and buildings that are still without power at this time, even as the hurricane left 6-7 hours ago. And in general, Orlando is in a much better position than Tampa due to not being on the coast, but it's still really, really nowhere near where it should be. And honestly, this just has me more scared for what the future is going to look like in Florida and how the landscape of Florida is going to look like 10, 15 years from now when we're having these 1,000-year storms every 3-4 years now. And we're definitely extremely concerned about the way that it's going to affect our community and that haven't been able to evacuate. Many people weren't able to evacuate either for economic
One thing I just
reasons or because of
noticed, which is
shortages.
annoying the hell out of me now that I've
People
noticed
aren't
it, is
able
that
to
you
evacuate
can't
from
see the
true
whole
storm-
screen on shorts, can you? Oh my god. That is terrible. I'm gonna have to change that. Okay. Well, thankfully, flat chat is working now.
Back to back in this way, when you can't afford rent, you can't really afford to buy $300 of gas money and then a hotel somewhere you've never been to before. And what we're really fighting for is to make the Biden-Harris administration focus on this as a climate issue and to make it a top 3 priority for them in this coming election, because we need a candidate that's really fighting for climate. And that's why we're calling for this hurricane town hall, specifically in North Carolina, probably the most affected state by hurricanes at the moment, a state in cities that 10 years ago would have been unimaginable to have flooding in Asheville. And that destruction that we saw in Asheville and the destruction that now we're seeing in Tampa and in downtown Orlando are things that we really should not be seeing at the moment. Things that are completely unprecedented levels of damage. And the way that this hurricane intensified 3-4 categories in 12-15 hours is unprecedented, and we should really, really be focused on that.
And absolutely, he's right. And technically, another storm could happen. It's unlikely. It's incredibly unlikely, considering how late in the year it is. But it could happen. And it would line up with the NOAA predictions, because I think we're still below the number which they predicted on storms. And of course, it was a range, so I'm really shooting towards the middle of the range. I think it was like 20, it's like 22 or something like that. And I think we've only had what are we at? We're only at like, can't even do the math right now. My brain just broke. I was trying to count letters. That's pathetic. That is pathetic. I should be better. All right, now let's go and talk about what I was just talking about. That being the rising floodwaters. This was from 4 days ago. Oh, actually, you know what? No, let's do those first. I'm gonna move these over here. Okay. Whoopsies. That's not what I meant to click. This kid is doing more at 18 than Jill has done in decades. Harsh, but probably fair, it feels like, actually. It doesn't feel like she's being very helpful at all lately, not gonna lie. Seems like she's mostly focused on fundraising. And, like, PR stuff. What just happened? Alright, yes, let's go here. West Florida News, Channel 8. 4 days ago. Please switch. Go web, go.
A stern warning tonight as experts say the Withlacoochee River is going to continue to rise for, in some areas, weeks. Good evening, I'm Allison Henning.
And I'm Ty Russell. Thanks for joining us. Now, 8 on your sides, Nicole Rogers is in Pasco County getting answers tonight on why the water is rising days after Hurricane Milton and what's being done to help neighbors get to dry ground.
We've seen Milton's devastation, from homes nearly submerged in water to roads being closed. But for people who live here on the Withlacoochee River, their problems are just beginning.
It's emotional. I was just talking to her as the Amazon driver. We were tearing up.
Cars, mailboxes, and homes almost completely underwater.
People were complaining about no power. I need power. And we don't have a roof. People don't have homes.
For people who live near the Withlacoochee River, Hurricane Milton may be long gone, but the water is still rising.
And in some areas of the Withlacoochee, we're not going to see peaks for 4 weeks after the storm.
We've had a lot of people reach out to 8 on Your Side wondering why this far from the hurricane is the water still rising.
You know, we could go 2 or 3 weeks without rain and the water's still rising on people's homes. And that's hard for them to understand because it hasn't rained in all that time. And the storm was so many weeks ago, but that's just part of that dynamic of how the river responds to rainfall. It just takes time for the water levels to rise.
So what does that mean for residents? Captain Matthew De La Rosa with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission took 8 on Your Side for a ride on a high water vehicle to get a first-hand look at the devastation. What are you guys out here doing today?
Yeah, so really it's a range of the public safety mission, from anything from 911 calls if they were to come available, offering people assistance to get out of their homes, and even all the way through to a looting patrol. We're not going to allow people to victimize people who've already been victimized by a storm.
So FWC is out in full force, as De La Rosa says their work is far from over.
In this case, we're in a swamp buggy. Our officers have been on shallow draft boats, they've been on airboats, they've been in their trucks. Everything that we have, our aviation assets have all been deployed. Every piece of equipment we have has been here to help in the storm and help the residents of the state with anything they're suffering as a result of this storm.
And with experts saying that this water is going to rise, there are 2...
We're going to keep looking at, there's at least a few of these for us to look through here. Hurricane season, does it end on November 30th? Why do I think it ends on November 1st?
Well, first we begin with the floodwaters in Central Florida following Hurricane Milton. It is a mess out in Leesburg, where city officials say that sewage from a treatment plant overflowed into a canal. While the situation is now contained, West 2's Tony Atkins looks at what went wrong and what's being done to stop it from happening again.
It literally shook the whole thing, and you could hear the metal coming off.
In Leesburg, people like Nikki Wild and Walter Haddix will tell you that Milton made its mark.
If I were to tell you that the water plant got flooded with water, would you believe me based off of what you saw during the storm?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right behind their house, nearly 2 million gallons of wastewater flowed into a nearby canal, feeding into Lake
Jesus
Griffin.
Christ.
This was a breach because the plant was in.
That's exactly what my mind goes to every time that I hear about big flooding in Florida and you see water surrounding people's houses and stuff. It's like, you know, suddenly your backyard becomes even more so the environment of the alligators, of the crocodiles, and it is not what you want. It is not what you want. They are an apex predator.
feeding into Lake.
Whoops.
This was a breach because the plant was inundated with water. The plant capacity tripled and wastewater literally came out of the headworks.
City Manager Al Minner says it is a lot of water, but it flowed into the massive lake, which has billions of gallons of water to dilute it. Unfortunately, it wasn't a constant flow of waste or reject water.
Spillage isn't a good thing, but what's different in this case is you didn't have a continual spill.
People in the area say they're thankful the lake diluted the spill.
But it's still something that shouldn't happen. I mean, look at the wildlife we have out here. It's like, man, they don't need to live in that either.
City officials say they self-reported the breach to the State Department of Environmental Protection. They say they will look at ways to avoid future outages.
The DEP will probably work with us a little bit to see where we can tighten things up and make some recommendations, and, we'll go from there.
In Leesburg, Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
And here's something crazy. My stream software is actually working really good. I know that we have problems like with time drift and things like that, and maybe a little lag on the server, but the fact is I've not seen my software is running like a champ. I can see the levels, and this never happens. At 3 hours in, I can never see the levels in real time on my mic and on the desktop.
This morning,
Audio.
the Pasco County Sheriff's Office is monitoring more than one location for rising water. Rainfall from Hurricane Milton is causing flooding concerns along Cypress Creek and the...
But, I just want to pause this real quick. We were just talking about crocodiles and all of that. This is what just comes to my mind when I think.
No, the swamp's too dirty. It's full of whatever alligators shit out, which I can only assume is people.
They don't eat people.
They eat people all the time.
They don't.
Last year, Sarasota County, Florida, Chet Willard, age 16, swimming in the Oak River Canal, killed by an 11-footer. 2 years ago, Chatham County, Georgia, Ruth Baker, age 39, killed in her backyard by a 10-footer. Same year, Pinellas County, Florida, Walter Jakes, age 70, and his dog, killed by a 12-footer. 3 years ago, Dade County...
Archer!
What?
What are your three biggest fears? Archer.
Alligators, by far the biggest.
And so, you've memorized every fatal alligator attack?
Just in the U.S., I can't find any information on attacks in China. They only live here in China, 2 different species. Chinese alligators are smaller.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. I'm gonna watch the whole clip. You can find that on your own. It exists. Multiple formats all over the internet.
River in the Elfers area.
ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott is live from Zephyr Hills, where neighbors have also seen flooding. And Larissa, how are things looking out there this morning?
Well, Heather and Lauren, some roads here to nearby subdivisions are closed this morning because of those flooding concerns. And officials warning people, if you live in any low-lying areas prone to flooding, to evacuate to safety.
Rising water has been threatening houses in Wesley Chapel.
Honestly, I've never seen anything like it before, so it's definitely crazy. I feel so sad for the people that, that they're being displaced, and it's really sad to see.
In the Enclave subdivision, rescue crews from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, the FWC, and the State Guard showed up to help people escape over the weekend. Neighbors grabbed their pets and the belongings that they could when they left their homes, as crews brought in airboats and high water vehicles.
It's pretty much up to the top of my mailbox. It's halfway up my driveway. It hasn't reached my house yet, but what I'm hearing, it might get there. It might get to the point where it's up until the house. So
this flooding caused by the Cypress Creek after Hurricane Milton dumped record-setting rain on the area. Over in Zephyr Hills, parts of the Silver Oaks community is underwater. Neighbors there have had to use paddle boats to reach their front doors. The water reaching thigh level in some homes, rushing in so fast people tell us they couldn't move their valuables quick enough, and that this loss will be hard to come back from.
Today's prices, $100,000.
This is absolutely high and dry. We don't have flood insurance over here because we never expected that. All of a sudden it started to creep along the edges.
Oh my God, I'm not laughing at this. This isn't funny.
And officials say they're
Nothing
responding to calls
funny.
for rescues.
But You're right. I have, or at least, I think, not just me, I think together, somehow, we have discovered, and perhaps unshockingly, here, on this particular channel, we have discovered some sort of a space-time travel of some sort, leaving us, in one time on one stream and a different time on a different. It's very strange and sort of an unexpected situation. But hey, happy accident, I guess. If you want to be further, if you want to be behind by, you can be. It's kind of, it's like a Goosebumps sort of you pick your own timeline type of deal. All right, let's go to this. This is actually a somewhat happy-ish story. I mean, it's hard to call this, but you get what I'm saying. It's a slightly uplifting story among all these.
When you travel down to the Florida Keys, you expect to see some pretty exotic animals on that ride there. But what if we told you some of those animals actually call the Monroe County Sheriff's Office jail their home?
That's right. The facility houses more than inmates. It's also home to an animal farm. As CBS News Miami's Ted Scouten found out, everyone who visits gets a lot out of interacting with these animals.
Wait, everyone who visits? What does that mean? Are they calling prisoners visitors?
Hippopotamus when he's in the water. Meet Simon. He's probably the most popular resident at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office Animal Farm. He'll eat the cob, too. It's getting close to my fingers. And Simon's got lots of friends.
Arabella, the alpaca, gets along great. This is Tucker, the kinkajou.
They all live here, of all places, under the jail, in an animal sanctuary.
Hi, Howie. Do you want to meet Ted?
Howie will probably greet you when you enter. He's a duck that loves being pet. He can't get enough attention. All the animals here are rescues.
These are all animals that have been abandoned, abused, confiscated, or donated.
Jeannie Sealander runs a unique zoo and cares for the 120 animals that call this place home.
And they call me the farmer. I'm Farmer Jeannie.
This all began back in 1994.
The farm started with ducks, Muscovy ducks, crossing the road between the golf course and the jail. They were getting hit by cars, and the rumors started that we were taking in animals, and that's how the farm began.
Then it grew into a magical place.
Hi, Jack. Are you dancing?
You see all types of animals here.
This is Tank, the goat, and then we have the attack goose.
Then you find yourself looking at these creatures in a way you never did before.
So this is Hank the armadillo, and you can see what he feels like if you want.
Oh, yeah.
And typically people just see them dead on the side of the road. You don't normally get to interact with one. I've got a quadamundi from South America over here. Hi, Rocket!
And these special animals are spreading the magic to the folks who live upstairs. What's your favorite one here?
Simon. I like feeding him.
Jeff Schultz is just finishing up an 8-month sentence. He takes care of the animals.
It helps get
Seeing a capybara up close next to a human makes you realize just how big they are.
A difference in the lives of these
Like,
animals.
that thing is like a big ass. Like, that's a big animal. They're like bigger than they look in pictures often, right? Like, I think of them being more beaver sized, but that thing is like golden retriever sized. Maybe even bigger. Yeah, it actually might be bigger. And now that I'm looking at it even closer, it might actually be bigger than your average golden retriever.
He takes care of the animals.
It helps getting up in the morning, facing my day, and doing my time.
Not only is he making a difference in the lives of these animals, they're making a difference in his life too.
They depend on me. Anybody that has an animal, they would understand. I mean, you got a dog or a cat at home. You know, it's just nice to have them here. They're always in a positive mood.
Inmates taking care of animals that are taking care of them. You gonna miss this?
I will, actually.
So if you'd like to come by and visit Simon or the other animals here at the animal farm, you can do so every second and fourth Sunday of the month. Admission is free, but they do like their donations. In Key West with Simon, Ted Scout.
Capybara. Okay. Let's Do I have more on Milton? I do actually have more stuff on Milton we could do. Are we on time? 3.5 hours. I think we might skip past some of this. Do this tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm going to try and do multiple streams. I think we're going to do another subathon. It's been like a month since, at least a month since we did a subathon. So I think we're going to do one of those tomorrow and a regular stream. Hopefully, fingers crossed, but I'm going to try and stay on schedule here today. So I'm going to skip a few things. I know you all get sad when I skip one of the hundreds of videos that I... But fear not. We will most likely watch these later this weekend. All right. Let's go to this. Here's a concerning video. Yeah. Oh, where's the sound shot? Didn't I make a sound shot for this? I could have sworn. Whoa, what just happened? What the fuck? That was super weird. I've never seen it do that.
While we're seeing a cool down of our own, upstate New York already seeing snow. The first snowfall happened Monday afternoon in the Tug Hill region between Lake Ontario and the Adirondacks. The National Weather Service predicts showers and possible snow throughout the week upstate. Something to look forward to. Not anytime soon, though. Thank you.
I didn't switch over. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay, chat. It's not important. In terms of seeing it, just know the first snow has happened in New York State.
Winter is coming.
Which means winter is in fact coming. Okay. Although, don't worry, it's still fall. We'll still be able to enjoy fall for a little bit.
If you live in the suburbs, you've probably noticed a lot of deer
Let's go here. No, we don't need this. This is not important right now. This is like a Sunday fun day. It's like a Sunday fun day vid. It's really not important right now. Let's go here. PG&E issues power shutoffs amid a red flag warning. This is in the Bay Area. From, what is this, yesterday?
Right now at 11 o'clock, it's an eerie feeling for a lot of people. Thousands of homes are in the dark as the wind picks up across the Bay Area. PG&E warned this might happen, and tonight it's happening. Public safety power shutoffs are in full effect. The reason? Extreme fire danger. Take a look at the PG&E outage map. All those purple spots there are neighborhoods where the power has already been cut. From Sonoma and Napa counties down to Santa Clara County, and there may be more to come.
And that red flag warning just went into effect. NBC Bay Area's Emma Goss is live in Vacaville. And Emma, these outages could last for a few days.
That's right, Audrey and Raj. It's pitch black in this neighborhood tonight, and more than 900 PG&E customers in Vacaville are currently without power. And these PG&E planned power shutoffs are reaching more areas of the Bay Area as the wind picks up. Even before the winds picked up in Vacaville, at 6 o'clock, Letitia Hill's home went dark.
We had to go to McDonald's tonight just to get dinner because we can't use any of our appliances.
PG&E has planned power shutoffs through Saturday, sweeping across the Bay Area's fire-prone regions.
It makes it really hard. We're having to walk around the house with candles and flashlights, and I don't know how we're going to get ready in the morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's better than not having a house because it burns down. You know? Sacrifices.
Consequences.
But yeah, unfortunately, like they were saying, the high winds do increase the risk of fires, and That is why they are turning these off, to avoid potential catastrophic damage, and potentially more. California has seen enough just horrific wildfires this season, and they don't need to see any more. Let's be real. All right, where are we on all of this? Speaking of wildfires, let's go south to Peru, where record wildfires are ravaging their local ecosystems, wildlife, causing air quality to be just greatly reduced. Seems like not like I'm putting it too lightly.
Peru has faced a record number of fires over the past few weeks that have set ablaze the country's ecosystems, from grasslands and dry forests to coastal areas and the Amazon. There have been around 10,400 fires in Peru in 2024, according to the Global Wildfire Information System, which tracks wildfires by satellite. The figure is more than double the previous record and nearly 2.5 times the total area burned. Conservationist and founder of Jungle Keepers Paul Rizzoli says his NGO has seen burned animals after recent patrols of the Amazon.
At this point, we've lost about 17 or 18% of the total Amazon rainforest, and as that continues, we're going to keep coming close to that tipping point.
A legal specialist with the Peruvian Society of Environmental Law says both human and environmental factors have led to such widespread fires, from less rainfall and higher temperatures to a failed government response and human-started fires.
Jesus, look at
Dina
this.
Boluarte acknowledged the country lacked the logistics to fight the fires when she declared
No
a state
kidding.
of emergency in mid-September.
I mean, look, talk about lack of logistics. I mean, you got the people, but you don't have the equipment. You got like a dozen people in this one shot, just all trying to bat back fires with more trees. This should not be the solution. I mean, it's really basically not a solution. It's nearly not. I mean, it's as far away from being a viable solution as possible, unless you have the entire country doing this, I guess. Just get everybody to stop making food and making sure the power stays on. People have water and trash services. You get what I'm saying here? Like it's a logistical nightmare is what it is.
Peru's President Dina Boluarte acknowledged the country lacked the logistics to fight the fires when she declared a state of emergency in mid-September. Environmentalists say other changes are having an impact too. The executive director of the Spectacled Bear Conservation says modification to a forestry law in January emboldened local farmers to burn more land. He says this situation will remain constant. The weather will continue to be extreme and people will need more land.
Can't keep doing it. It's bad. It's not going good. Alrighty, let's go a little further south to the Andes. I think this is in Chile? It's either Chile or Argentina, I think.
If you trek high into the Andes that straddle the border between Colombia and Ecuador, you will find a fragile ecosystem crucial to the water and energy supply for both nations. These high-altitude wetlands, called páramos, regulate the water cycle by absorbing and slowly releasing rainwater. But as deforestation pushes human settlement higher into the Andes, and a warming climate threatens to starve the páramos of rain, grassroots activists in Colombia and Ecuador are fighting to protect them. These Ecuadorian women are among 13 members of El Tablón, a rural community outside the capital, Quito, who work in a nursery for paper trees. The name comes from their thin, many-layered bark. The trees are then replanted in the páramo. The initiative is run by the Fund for Protecting Water, or FONAG, set up by the international advocacy group Nature Conservation. Diana Sopalo and the others who work in this nursery have already planted 40,000 paper trees and are growing 100,000 more.
Son plantas nativas del páramo.
She says the paper trees are native to the páramo and release water little by little.
Mantener el agua y para ir soltando poco a poco.
And that water is desperately needed down in Quito. Paola Fuentes is a water analysis specialist with FONAG.
The water originates in this area. That's why we call them source or areas of water recharge. And conserving these páramo, these wetlands, is essential for the low areas in the city. Almost all the population of Quito is supplied with water that comes from the páramo.
And the water is even more desperately needed over the border in Colombia. Drought has led to rotating water rationing in Bogotá, Colombia's capital of almost 10 million people, while Ecuador's energy grid has been pushed to the brink, prompting power cuts to conserve water in dams. Both countries are largely dependent on hydroelectric dams for domestic energy. Colombia suspended electricity exports to its neighbor to shore up its own power reserves. The crisis comes as Colombia prepares to host the United Nations Conference on Biodiversity in the city of Cali at the end of October. Patricia Bejarano
this
is
is
the director of the
a
Sustainable
theme.
High Mountain Landscapes program.
Sorry, pause. There we go. This is a theme that I honestly did not expect. You know, when we talk, like, because we've talked about water wars before on this channel, but when I was imagining water wars, because it wasn't actually a concept that I had heard of, and that I had been sort of, that had been like sort of a more of a theoretical sort of idea in my mind for quite a while. Was more over water to drink. That was really the thing that I thought would be the thing. But it seems like more over so many of these conflicts over water between border nations happens to be not necessarily over the drinking rights, but over the rights to the power generated through hydroelectric dams. Sort of like, I don't know, it's just an unexpected sort of aspect of this for me that just it seems to be an actual theme among water conflict. Whoops.
Patricia Bejarano is the director of the Sustainable High Mountain Landscapes program run by Conservation International's Colombian chapter.
El problema de la deforestación de Amazonía combinado.
The problem of Amazon deforestation, combined with the variations of the climate that are caused by climate change and by the degradation of the soil, is what has caused the water dynamics to change. What we seek is to work with farmer communities to recover some characteristics of these ecosystems, which allow us to improve resilience and reduce vulnerability.
Mejorar la resiliencia y disminuir la vulnerabilidad.
A park in Guatavita, Colombia that had been used for cattle grazing has now been a protected area since 2018, and fragile species have slowly grown on the land. Doris Ramos works on environmental affairs for the Guatavita mayor's office and says their efforts could have significant impacts, but are facing significant risks.
Pues tenemos el problema de la variabilidad climática.
Well, we have the problem of climate variability. While we are restoring this ecosystem, it brings great potential for water, flora, and fauna ecosystems. It is also vulnerable to all the consequences of climate change.
Now, of course, you know, are there problems with drinking water? Of course there are. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just kind of going back to what I was saying before. But I'm just saying, like, many of the conflicts that I feel like that we see between nations specifically seems to be over the access of
plastics surround us.
You know, we don't need to watch
everyday
this
life. From the moment we wake up to the minute we fall asleep.
Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? Let's go across the pond to Britain. Inside a British lithium mine.
Klondike, the green gold rush, Cornish bonanza. Well, behind the hype, something is stirring. The China clay pits of Cornwall, indeed Cornish mining heritage itself, are being revived. Under this water, inside these terraces, and the famous conical spoil heaps, lies lithium. So down there, as across large areas of Cornwall, large amounts of this. Looks a bit like Stilton cheese, but it's good old-fashioned granite. The process is all about getting rid of the white bits and taking out the valuable black bits, which contain the lithium. After processing, you end up with this, lithium hydroxide. And that is the absolutely key production-ready ingredient for the batteries that go into electric vehicles. The UK currently depends entirely on imported lithium. It's claimed Cornwall can end that completely, particularly our reliance on China, global lithium's dominant player. Lithium, right, in Cornwall, we don't need China. Is it that strong?
It's that strong. It really is, as somebody said recently, a real main geopolitical event right now. China wants to dominate the world, being very clever at doing that. But if we want to...
This is honestly huge geopolitically, not just for the UK, but basically for the whole world. If the resources in Cornwall, I believe that's what they're talking about, or whatever this is, in the UK, are that vast on lithium, it could drastically change the market for lithium, for the manufacturing of batteries, for renewable energy resources, power grid stuff. I mean, it's huge. It is fucking huge, and it could be potentially game changing, because there is some problems, and with there being many of the places where people are getting lithium from are to some degree, at least in terms of especially labor practices, questionable. DRC, Indonesia, China. I do believe China has a pretty big lithium resource, and are either that or have ties in the places where there are big lithium resources. All right, let's keep this moving. We have a lot to talk about. Let's go a little south to Spain. España. CBS News from 3 days ago. You know what? This one speaks for itself. I think. At least in my mind, it kind of does. Although it's maybe hard to see at the beginning. So what you're seeing is a boat which has been turned into a plane without any apparent, what do you call it? Any of the necessary legal stuff you need to become a plane. But nonetheless, this guy decided, you know what? Not a big deal. I'm gonna do it anyway. And I believe he was apprehended by Spanish authorities in the Bay after this event. I thought it was hilarious. I mean,
the region's hit by this week's torrential.
I mean, if anything, it's just inventive as hell. To build your own plane, whatever. Like, come on, it's super cool. All right, now let's go a little east to France, where just recently they were hit by torrential rain, caused just wild flooding, as you will see here shortly. Whoops, still loading. What's happening?
The region's hit.
Whoops, now I clicked too many times. Why do you hate me? Did you just go back to the... Oh, god damn it. Whatever, it's like 10 seconds long. Sorry, chat, we're gonna have to watch the Spanish flight again. Illegal flying boat carrying 2 people. It was 2 people? I thought it was 1 person. I think the boat beneath it is the Spanish authority chasing them down. I think it's great. I mean, is it dangerous? Yes.
The regions hit by this week's torrential rains are rarely flooded. The water is now receding, but residents are still stunned by the amounts of rain that fell in their town and the risks they faced only hours ago. This business owner, his employees and clients were trapped in his store.
We called for help from a policeman who was outside so he would break the window. We couldn't break it from the inside. When we threw a chain at it, it bounced back. Imagine the anxiety.
Rivers burst their banks, roads and railway tracks were covered with muddy water. More than 6 months of rain fell in 2 days. On Friday, Prime Minister Michel Barnier called to improve natural disaster management through more EU cooperation.
We must prepare with climate change to face risks and disasters in all areas more frequently. The more we prepare ourselves together at the European level, the better it will be for everyone.
Homes and infrastructures were damaged. Insufficient planning led to animals being swept away. The water is now receding. Experts are beginning to assess the damages, with residents and professionals saying they will show solidarity and face the crisis together.
Okay,
Gerwin Gretschel gets ready for his next dive. He's explored the waters in Croatia's Valsalina Bay many times already. The Austrian marine biologist first started diving here 35 years ago.
I can say with certainty that the first 20 or maybe 25 years since I first came here, there were hardly any changes. But the last 6 to 10 years, there has been an incredible amount of change. Now there are changes almost every month.
Above the water, everything's like it's always been. Blue skies, crystal clear water, and people relaxing by the sea. But underwater, it's clear what Gretschel means. Until a few years ago, the bay was home to seagrass meadows, a habitat for hundreds of underwater species. They're known as the lungs of the sea, and key to maintaining the ecological balance. Today, Valsalina Bay is an underwater desert. No vegetation, no seagrass meadows. The marine habitat has vanished in just a few years, with dramatic consequences.
Biodiversity loss means we humans are in danger of suffocating in our own filth, because nature is no longer able to regenerate what we have polluted.
Scientists are also worried because the Mediterranean is warming quicker than any other sea in the world. As a result, more and more marine...
That's gonna be real bad for all of Europe, well, much of Europe, and the Middle East, Africa, Northern Africa. Just bad, really bad for a lot of people.
She's a colonized Adriatic that don't belong here. like the blue crab. It's a direct competitor to the sponge crab, which gives it the edge when hunting prey. The fishers, on the other hand, like the blue crab, as restaurants pay good money for them. But they still don't make up for the drop in fish stocks in recent years. Today, local fisher Marinko Lapov is out with his small boat that once belonged to his father.
It used to be much better. There was a lot more fish and fewer fishers. It was much more profitable.
Recently, someone caught a highly poisonous pufferfish not far from here. It's normally found in tropical waters.
Now there's pufferfish here. They say it's poisonous. You can eat anything usually, but people don't know this fish. Now we have to look up what kind of fish we've caught on our phones.
Learning about the world's seas is the only thing that can help combat these issues in the long term. Gretchel has been running the Pula Marine School for years.
Okay. That's a good enough place to stop that. Move on to the next thing we got. Let's go here to Nigeria. This was a wild... It's a wild situation that happened a couple of days ago. Apparently a fuel tanker exploded, killing nearly 150 people. It's utterly tragic.
A cloud of smoke and patches of flames were captured in this eyewitness video overnight in northern Nigeria after an accident involving a fuel tanker turned deadly. Police and state emergency services said Wednesday the driver lost control of the vehicle, leading to a fuel spill which exploded, killing at least 147 people and wounding dozens of others. The accident is one of the worst in recent times in Africa's most populous nation, which is battling with widespread security threats and a cost of living crisis. The burned and bent metal tanker remained on its side following the accident about 330 miles north of Nigeria's capital of Abuja. A mass burial was held for the dead on Wednesday. Many roads in Nigeria are poorly maintained and ridden with potholes, causing accidents that...
Okay. Let's go on to another situation in Africa. This one has to do with waste, as Ghana happens to take in much of the world's, what do you call it? Like clothing, like fashion waste from these fast fashion companies. And they are recently being slammed by activists in what is being called a public health disaster.
Moving on to perspective now, and Greenpeace is sounding the alarm over what it calls an environmental and public health disaster in Ghana, and the culprit, they say, is fast fashion. Huge mounds of textiles are piling ever higher in the informal dump sites in the capital city, Accra, as well as along its beaches. The clothing is imported and meant to be sold at the city's largest second-hand market, but it's of such bad quality that stall owners are unable to sell it and have to throw it away. Well, to tell us more about the problem and how we can solve it, Sam Kwashi-Aidan, the head of investigations at Greenpeace Africa, joins us live. Thank you very much for talking to France 24. To start off, could you tell us exactly where these clothes are coming from and in what quantity?
Yeah, Carice, thank you so much for having me. So in terms of the quantity, so I think it's important to note that every week Ghana's largest second-hand clothing market called Kantamanto Market, as you rightly mentioned, receives approximately 1,500 tons of second-hand clothing every week. And, these clothes are actually coming from the global north mainly. We're talking about the UK, we're talking about Europe, and we're talking about North America as well. And I think what we found most concerning is that every week as well, approximately 500,000 items of clothing end up in Ghana's open spaces. So this is a big public health disaster, as you rightly mentioned, and we were very concerned by those findings.
And your investigation found that as well as these clothes being mostly made of plastic, some of them are actually being burned to heat water at public wash houses. What kinds of effects does that have on people's health?
That's hot. Yes, thank you, Carice. So, we identified, so Old Fadama is an informal settlement not too far from Kantamanto Market that has around 80,000 residents living in the area. And so there's these public wash houses where people bathe and fulfill their hygiene needs. And we basically identified that, textile waste was being burnt to fuel the hot water in those wash houses. And that prompted us to do some air sampling to kind of see exactly what pollutants and toxins that people are inhaling as a result of the burning of that. And what we found was very concerning. We're talking about, indoor levels of benzene, which is a known carcinogenic substance. We also identified styrene, which is toxic to human reproduction. Also many polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are also cancerous with chronic exposure. And just to go back, just to kind of give your viewers an idea of how dangerous this is, the benzene levels we found inside those wash houses were nearly 200 times higher than European.
I believe he was going to say European acceptable levels. Okay, now, let's end our second half here with this story, all the way down in Australia, apparently in Sydney. Some very strange black spheres are washing ashore on beaches.
This is the first time that an incident such as this that we're aware of has happened in the Randwick Council area. The advice that I've received is that when you get these spherical brown tarry-like balls washing up, it generally is the product of an oil spill or an oil seepage. It is very rare, but beaches do close from time to time for a range of different reasons, water pollution, large storm events and the like. We've taken the precaution to close the beach, and hopefully we'll be able to have it open soon.
Well, easy to spot.
Okay.
We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chops.
Alright, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you get done doing those two things, do consider becoming a contributor to the Galactic News Network if you're enjoying the stream. My personal favorite way for people to donate is by Patreon membership. Becoming a Galactic patron not only grants you all sorts of sweet benefits, like be able to hang out poolside with me, shout outs at the end of every stream, exclusive content, secret Discord channel. But you also get the sense of satisfaction for having supported the show that you watch. Only a few US dollars a month, so certainly attainable for For most, not everyone, and I can understand, times is tough, but if for whatever reason you don't want to do that, or you want to contribute even more, there are other ways, like Cash App, PayPal, Twitch, and I think that's all of them. Alright, chat, well, enjoy this quick space intermission. I just realized something. Is Nightbot on strike? Why? I just realized that we have 0 Nightbot messages. This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Alright, enjoy the space break. Be right back. forgot. I gotta fix this. This is pissing me off. My god. I can't believe that my stream software is working so buttery smooth today. Aside from the unintentional, what do you call it? Whoa. What just happened? Did that fix it? You may have fixed it. That's gonna be it for that space break. And time for us to get on with the show. Final half incoming. You're very welcome, PB. I'm gonna have a great weekend. Hopefully I'll be seeing you for the rest of the weekend, because I'm planning on doing as many streams as possible. Not just the regular Saturday and Sunday Fun Day streams, but also at least one subathon if we can't get two in. Alright, back to it. Alright, let's quickly do a few space stories to start off the final half, as we always do, with stories of space interest, galactic happenings, Milky Way murmurings. Did you like the alliteration at the end there? I personally liked it. I know it's sort of low-hanging fruit, but couldn't help myself. Let's start here with this genuinely I rarely like to give this company any sort of, what do you call it, credit or props or really anything. I did fix it though. Nice. Okay. Perfect. All right. So yes, but let's talk about this, because SpaceX has in fact done something rather historic, truly groundbreaking scientifically, and as far as space travel goes, certainly a big deal. Hold on, let me get the volume back on. I like to turn these clips on so that you can see something on the TV during the break. But I always turn the volume off so you can hear the music. Alright, switch. There we go.
We're now down to 3 Raptor engines.
Oh my god, I love that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Totally distracted. Totally distracted from the space news by that comment. That's a brilliant comment. And the fact is, this is playing on something I was thinking of doing later this year. So long as the Galactic News Network is still alive and running in December, I was thinking of giving our characters, like not our emotional support characters, although I guess we could do that too. I was thinking about giving our avatars, people's patron avatars and gifts and pics and all that stuff on the like in the bar and the pool. I was thinking of giving like Santa hats and stuff like that for Christmas. But that's an amazing idea. Halloween costumes on Halloween, that would be incredible. I think we should definitely do that. Chat optional. Also, but I think now that you've said it, I think we need to make it so that patrons can also have their picks have Halloween costumes. All right, so I'm gonna make an announcement in Discord later, in the patron portion of the Discord. But I think I might do it. I think I might do that for you people. Make costumes. Now, don't get too crazy, and don't have too high expectations. But I think I might try this. Make some costumes for your. I think that would just be super fun to see. What people pick. I mean, as long as you get it back to me within a certain time. I am going to make a very finite time limit on this, due to how much effort has to go into this kind of stuff usually. And knowing my schedule and things like that, I just know I'm going to need to give myself some real runway time. So if you are a patron or you like the idea of this and you'd like to have an avatar of yours like at the pool or at the bar or whatever, right? Become a patron and do this so you can get a costume. But anyways, do think about it. If you're a patron, just mull it over. I don't know when the cutoff's going to be, but it's going to be pretty soon. So, start giving some ideas some thought. And if you already know what you want, just message me on Discord or in the patron chat. Whoopsies. Why does this keep happening?
Down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in the air. At the launch tower. What an incredible view!
Are you kidding me? What we just
It really is insane.
Magic.
Oh, wow. The view must have been insane.
Okay. Now let's talk the current NASA mission. It's being sent to Jupiter's moon, Europa.
One of the biggest launches for the whole year is coming up soon. The Europa Clipper is actually going to launch from right here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Jupiter. And the destination, while it may be Jupiter, it's actually one of the 95 moons of Jupiter, Europa. And scientists have long been intrigued with Europa. Even though it has an icy shell and icy crust, it's believed that there could be a vast global ocean under this ice. And where there's water, NASA says, perhaps there could be life.
Chat costumes not optional.
This is the first mission ever devoted to Europa.
Oh my god.
There have been spacecraft that have gotten
Your
up close
dedication to the costumes is quite admirable. And I can appreciate that. Which is why I'm totally on board with this idea, and I think that we should be doing patron avatar costumes as well. So yeah, apparently, according to Mo and Noep, one of our wonderful mods, costumes will not be optional. So if you're going to be at the stream on Halloween, which I think is going to be happening, you would think. It sounds like it's happening. Does it sound like it sounds like it's happening? I don't know. What do you think, chat?
This is the first mission ever devoted to Europa. There have been spacecraft that have gotten up close and personal with Jupiter before, flybys, if you will, other missions. But really, the emphasis, the focus here is Europa. And in fact, they see Europa is quite possibly the best bet for life outside our planet if it's there. And so that's why they want to go to Europa. Now, the Clipper, which by the way is a huge spacecraft, it needs gigantic solar wings because it's so far from the sun and you need a lot of power. And when the wings are unfurled, it's longer than a basketball court. So this giant spacecraft, one of the biggest ever built for interplanetary studies, is going to be orbiting Jupiter. But every time it orbits Jupiter, it's going to get really close to Europa. And in fact, 49 close flybys are planned of Europa. So it's going to take almost 6 years until 2030 for Europa Clipper to reach Jupiter. And that's going to be almost 2 billion miles of travel by the time it gets there. NASA says every time they're talking to people, this is not a life detection mission. Europa Clipper is not going to go up there and look for life per se. It's going up there to see if the conditions could be right to support life.
Yeah, so that's the big deal. If people think that it's possible that Europa could sustain human life, it's an interesting premise, for sure. Although I do think we should continue trying to solve problems on Earth, but let's keep talking about this.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy with Europa Clipper, unveiling the mysteries of an enormous ocean lurking beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Engine chamber pressures are nominal.
See that the chamber pressures are nominal as we hear. All 27 Merlin engines look great.
Rocket beginning to roll. Putting down 5.1 million pounds of thrust. Coming up, they're going to back off those engines just a bit.
So we're getting ready to head into max
power and telemetry nominal.
We hear that power and telemetry on the vehicle are good there. Everything's looking really
Falcon
well.
Heavy is supersonic.
They have reduced power in the center core to get through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure on the launch vehicle as we approach that. The two side boosters at full throttle.
A beautiful
Well, we're going to skip forward a little bit, watch some of this other footage.
Little time as possible to send this probe across the solar system all the way to Jupiter. But so far, everything's looking perfect. Amazing numbers, you know, like it could have lifted 5 million pounds off the ground. You know, it's hard to even think of that. And then it just forces its way up through the atmosphere like this enormous beast going through the speed of sound in just, 45 or 50 seconds going straight up. Incredible. Nobody was on board, but I've flown 3 rocket ships, and the vibration is so enormously powerful around you. You really know you're in the jaws of something. But
now, the crazy thing about all this is it is going to take 6 years to get, or nearly 6 years. It'll arrive sometime in, I believe, 2030, and so it's going to be out there for quite some time. You're not going to get pictures back from it until, and even longer. I think, even it will try to transfer pictures when it gets within it's like what do you call it? Like line of sight of like a satellite back in orbit, but it's gonna take a while to even see the results of this mission. Anyway, there we go. We talked about it, why they're doing it, watch the launch. All right. Oh, let's quickly wrap it up with this story. Actually, you know what? We're gonna save this. We have so much space stuff already today. I'll save a couple of these for tomorrow or Sunday fun day. Let's get on to earthly news. Start here. Discuss the Nobel Peace Prize with Democracy Now! You put a link to my stream in chat? Oh, in NCC's chat? Ah, thank you. Much appreciated. I wish you would...
This news is funded by
raid.
Viewers like you.
Please
support our work.
I don't know why she stopped raiding me. I don't know if I did something to
/give.
offend her.
This is Democracy.
But... Because at one point, NCC was raiding on Twitch. I don't think I've seen her raid in a while. Maybe she's raiding other people, so... You know, no big deal. But... I don't think I've ever seen her raid on YouTube, and I'd love to, really, I mean, we need the YouTube views more than anything else. Alright, I'm going to stop complaining about not being raided. It's a silly complaint. Alright, what am I doing? Yes, Democracy Now! Nobel Peace Prize.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, the 2024...
Go, Web, go. Okay, this is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the Japanese group Nihon Hidankyo, a grassroots organization of survivors of the U.S. atomic bombing of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, and Nagasaki 3 days later on August 9, 1945. The survivors of the only 2 nuclear bombs ever used in conflict went on to dedicate their lives to struggle for a nuclear-free world for nearly 8 decades. Known as Hibakusha, the atomic bomb survivors are being recognized for, quote, demonstrating through witness testimony that nuclear weapons must never be used again. The Nobel Committee noted the taboo against nuclear weapons use now, quote,
it is horrifying,
was now under pressure. This is Nobel Committee Chair Jürgen Wagner-Friednes.
Next year will mark 80 years since 2 American atomic bombs killed an estimated of 120,000 inhabitants of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A comparable number died of burn and radiation injuries in the months and years that followed. Today's nuclear weapons have far greater destructive power. They can kill millions and would impact the climate catastrophically. A nuclear war could destroy our civilization.
After the Nobel Peace Prize was announced, the co-chair of Nihon Hidankyo, Toshiyuki Mimaki, spoke to reporters in Tokyo.
What? Nihon Hidankyo? How did Nihon Hidankyo? It can't be real. It can't be real. We will appeal to the world, as we always have done, for the abolition of nuclear weapons and the achievement of an everlasting peace. Why Nihon Hidankyo? I thought for sure it would be the people working so hard in Gaza, as we've seen.
That was Toshiyuki Mimaki, the co-chair of Nihon Hidankyo, which won the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize today. He wept as he spoke. He went on to say, quote, "In Gaza, bleeding children are being held by their parents. It's like in Japan 80 years ago." For more, we go to Boston, where we're joined by Joseph Gerson, longtime peace and disarmament activist who has worked closely with Nihon Hidankyo for the past 40 years, president of the Campaign for Peace, Disarmament, and Common Security, former vice president of the International Peace Bureau, and worked with AFSC. We welcome you to Democracy Now! In a moment, we're going to hear from a Habakasha. But can you talk about the significance, Joe, of this group being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I think the two things to say. First of all, the courage of these people is staggering. I mean, to understand that the situation that they faced, literal hell. I mean, the descriptions of people that I know who, suffered burns, saw people with their eyeballs hanging out, ghosts, the whole city destroyed in an instant. I mean, these people literally survived hell, and they turned their experiences, their suffering, into what Wilfred Burchett, the first Western journalist to go into Hiroshima, later described as the most important force for the abolition of nuclear weapons among humanity. And then to say that it could not come at a better time. What most people don't understand is the increasing danger of nuclear war at this point. Not only in Ukraine, also, especially as the United States and China confront one another, the reality that among all the nuclear powers, the threshold for nuclear use is decreasing, and all of the nuclear powers are in the process of so-called modernizing their nuclear arsenals. This is a very dangerous moment, and what the Nobel Committee has done has been, in a way, to answer the Oppenheimer.
Okay. So yeah, the the group Nihon Hidankyo won the Nobel Peace Prize for their work on anti-nuclear weapons efforts. Well, I just said efforts twice in a row, but you get what I'm saying. And I think a well-deserved thing. And as you saw, it was a very emotional response from the head of Nihon Hidankyo, who himself survived a literal nuclear bomb. Okay. Let's go to England. Got a few things to talk about here in the UK. Started off with something more lighthearted. A bit of a political gaffe here on the part of Mr. Keir Starmer. I guess. Wait, is he a sir? Is that when you're prime minister? Are you immediately a sir? I don't know. I don't think so. It confuses me.
But ultimately, we have to grow our economy, and I'm surprised the Prime Minister didn't welcome the £63 billion of investment that we're...
2 years ago, Thurrock Council was led into effective bankruptcy by the then Conservative administration, in no small part due to an investment of hundreds of millions of pounds into a solar farm scheme run by a con man. Given the Prime Minister's commitment to integrity in public life, will he support mine and my constituents' calls for a public inquiry so that those responsible can finally be held to account?
I thank her for her question, because years of underfunding have left councils facing huge budget pressures. They yawn. They don't know the impact it has on working people up and down the country. They rely on public services, and what's happened in Thurrock is shocking. We are committed to resetting the relationship and helping those under intervention to recover and to reform. 14 years is a long time to destroy local services, and it's clear it'll take time to fix them. We will get councils back on their feet by providing multi-year funding settlements. But ultimately, we have to grow our economy, and I'm surprised the Prime Minister didn't welcome the £63 billion of investment that we were able to announce on Monday.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
So if you didn't catch that, Prime Minister Keir Starmer just referred to Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister, which he no longer is. And he seems to be sort of making his way out of government entirely at this point. It seems to have completely soured on the idea. But I just found that hilarious. It's very subtle, but I just amused by that, because the fact is well, Labour may have done very well in the election in terms of the number of seats they won, but in terms of number of votes, they did not do so good. And, you know, it's sort of funny that Keir Starmer seems to not even realize that he is the Prime Minister now. Alright, now let's go here to Novara Media. It's from a few days ago. And we actually have a few things in the UK to discuss when it comes to this particular subject. But we'll let Novara lead us off, as we are going to go in chronological order. We've gone to plaid. We've been jammed. Raspberry? Only one man.
On
Use
Sunday,
raspberry.
Hezbollah killed 4 Israeli soldiers and injured dozens more when a drone made it through Israeli defenses to attack an army base. The manner in which the attack has been reported has attracted criticism. Sky News initially tweeted this. Israel has named the 4 teenage victims of a Hezbollah drone strike on a military base, as at least 23 people were reportedly killed in an attack on a central Gaza school. So it's the teenage victims. It doesn't say that they're military victims, and then it's just 23 people were reportedly killed in an attack on a central Gaza school. So you can see how that seems a bit dehumanizing when it comes to the Palestinians. That tweet was ultimately deleted, but on screen, Kay Burley went on to say this.
The 4 soldiers that have died have now been named. All of them were just 19 years old. They are Sergeant Omri Tamari. In addition to that, Sergeant Yosef Hieb, Sergeant Yoav Agmon, and Sergeant Alon Amite. As I said, all 4 of them just 19 years old.
So Ash, I want your thoughts on this. Lots of people have reacted to that clip from Kay Burley and those tweets by Sky. And it's not just Sky, obviously. It's, nearly all of the Western media has sort of done this. It's sort of taken the time to name individual Israeli soldiers, show pictures of them, describe them as teenagers, really, really humanize them. And people are contrasting that to how we hear about Palestinians, which is 23 people reportedly killed, right? We don't hear the names of those children, right, of those women and men who, by the way, in most cases are actually civilians, right? We say all the time you should make a distinction in war between killing civilians and killing military, but it seems like actually the Western media is valuing the lives of Israeli military higher than it is Palestinian civilians.
Yeah.
I think you pointed out something really important, which is when 4 Israeli soldiers are killed at a military base, we see their photos, we see them looking happy and carefree, we learn their names, they are presented to us as human, and I think in some fundamental way as being like us, and that's reflected by the emotion that you can hear in Kay Burley's voice. There's clearly a level of identification going on, this feeling of
yeah, and it's kind of disturbing because it's, I think, inherently a sort of subconscious or perhaps conscious racism, and it's very frustrating and stark contrast between these two things that we've been looking at literally all year. Starmer's done it twice. Wait, he did it twice. Honestly, I didn't know about the first one. Doesn't seem like it's taken. Like, maybe he just didn't get enough votes for it to have, it's going to be some sort of a lag factor, I guess, and all of that. All right, now let's go here. This was shocking, honestly. This right here was footage from a couple of days ago, parliamentary session here in the UK, where Keir Starmer said some very unexpected things. Let's listen in. Let's listen in. What? Why are you oppressing me?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, this is incredibly rude.
How rude!
I've clicked. I don't want to... I'm not going to click multiple times. Hold on. Sorry, we're going back. Uncle Buck equals the best uncle ever? Wow. I think there's a lot of uncles out there who would take offense to that. Oh, I just realized why it won't let me switch. You bastard. Alright, well then we'll do this. How does that make you feel?
Well, they could be my sons.
It's very true, Ash.
And I understand.
Okie dokie. Do it the old-fashioned way. Keir Starmer, British Parliament. Take 2.
Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich had said that starving 2 million people in Gaza might be justified and moral. National Security Minister Ben-Gvir called settlers who killed a 19-year-old on the West Bank heroes. After my visit to Israel and Palestine last February, having witnessed the damage that these extremist ministers in the Netanyahu government are doing, I called on the last government to sanction them. The last government refused, but we now learn that the former Foreign Secretary was considering this. So will the Prime Minister now sanction ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich?
We are looking at that because they're obviously abhorrent comments, as he rightly says, along with other really concerning activity in the West Bank, but also across the region. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire. The death toll has surpassed 42,000, and access to basic services is becoming much harder. And Israel must take all possible steps to avoid civilian casualties, to allow aid into Gaza in much greater volume, and provide the UN and humanitarian partners the ability to operate effectively. Mr. Speaker, along with France, the UK will convene an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council to address this.
Shocking. This is a tone that I don't feel like we've heard so much from Keir Starmer or the Labour Party. And I find it interesting. I think partially, what sort of may have tipped the scales in places such as the UK
Ali Milani,
may be the
National Chair
invasion
of
of Lebanon.
Thank you for joining me. So what strikes me is not just the level of unrest, but the geographical...
Sorry about that. All right, now let's go here to LBC. This is a discussion regarding the fact that 100 plus Muslim Labour councillors wrote a letter to the Prime Minister demanding an embargo on arms to Israel. Let's listen to this.
Let's bring into the conversation Ali Milani, National Chair at the Labour Muslim Network. Thank you for joining me. So what strikes me is not just the level of unrest, but the geographical spread, Mr. Milani. This goes from Bexley in London all the way up to Glasgow. Do you sense this unrest is also growing? Morning to you.
Good morning, Nick. It's always good to join you. Yes, I mean, you will know, Nick, how difficult it is to unify people in the Labour Party on the best of days.
Well said.
To have over 100 councillors, cabinet members, chairs of different departments, to all come together to sign one letter really speaks to the strength of feeling. And you're right, it's in every corner of our country. And I think that sends a signal to the Labour leadership, to the country, about the strength of feeling that exists amongst these councillors. They come from different communities, a diverse group of communities from different political persuasions, but they're united in one voice in calling for an end to arms sales to Israel until such a time where international humanitarian law is observed and respected.
I wouldn't attempt to, and it would be inappropriate for me to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister, but I have to put you, Mr. Lani, my sense is he's not for turning. If that is the case, what happens next?
Well, look, Nick, last time, there's only 2 cases in our history when Muslim councillors have written in such large numbers. The last time was on a ceasefire, and I was told the same. I was told that the government, the then opposition, wouldn't move, and they did. We eventually saw a move towards an immediate ceasefire. So I always end up on your show as the...
Now, real quick, because the way that he mentioned that he doesn't think that... the Prime Minister is likely to turn on his support for Israel. I believe that this show was done on the same day that Keir Starmer made those comments that we just listened to, and was reposted just yesterday. And so, you know, he may like I don't know this guy's LBC. I don't know most of the LBC hosts' names, honestly, aside from people like, basically nobody. I can't even think of the one person who I can like actually kind of think of his name on Brian. Like, god damn, whatever. Let's keep listening to this a little bit more. Actually, I think the point was made. You know what? No, let's move on. We do have a lot to do today, and only so much time. Let's go here to France, where Emmanuel Macron condemned the deliberate targeting of UN troops by Israel. This was 2 days ago, posted by the AP archive. For whatever reason, they didn't think this rose to posting on the regular channel, I guess. I don't know. Oh, right. This is in French.
Enfin, évoquant le Liban, avec les premiers ministres italiens et espagnols qui représentent, comme la France, des contributeurs historiques à la finance. Hold on.
I can probably translate this live as long as I have the French like written in front of me, or at least partially. Finally, in Lebanon, with the Prime Minister of Italy and Spain, who represent with France the contributors historically, who want to say here that France is engaged in... Oh shit! I can't do it. It's going too fast. I can't do it all. I can't do everything, chat. Anyways, this is essentially Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister of France, saying that Israel must stop immediately the unacceptable targeting of UN peacekeeping troops, that it's illegal and they must stop immediately, among a number of other things that he lists as being objectionable. Let's go here to France 24. They do a quick snippet of this speech, but not the whole thing. I think it's actually a different part of it too, but let's go here.
A lot has changed since Emmanuel Macron's meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu last year. Tensions had been brewing for the past few weeks, but on Tuesday their relationship turned particularly sour after the French president told his cabinet that the Israeli leader shouldn't forget his country was created through a UN decision and that now was not the time to disregard UN decisions. He's referring to the resolution adopted in 1947 on the plan to partition Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state.
Illegal.
Netanyahu was quick to hit back, saying it wasn't a UN decision that established the State of Israel, but the victory that was achieved in Israel's War of Independence, also making a jab at France's anti-Semitic past.
Jesus Christ.
Relations have been tense since Macron called for a halt to arms deliveries to Israel, saying it was the only way to put an end to the wars in Gaza and Lebanon, prompting this response.
All civilized countries should be standing firmly by Israel's side. Yet President Macron and some other Western leaders are now calling for an arms embargo against Israel. Shame on them.
But what prompted Macron's latest critique is the situation in Lebanon, more specifically Israeli fire against UN peacekeepers who are stationed in the south. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, counts 10,000 soldiers, including 700 from France.
It is totally unacceptable for UNIFIL troops to be deliberately targeted by Israeli armed forces. We condemn it. We do not and will not tolerate it happening again.
40 countries have condemned the IDF's actions, and Paris has summoned the Israeli ambassador to France as a result. The UN says 5 peacekeepers have been wounded, but also that UN premises had been struck on at least 20 occasions since Israel launched its ground invasion of Lebanon.
Okay, let's go on now to French territory. We really should have done this back before, but because we usually go from west to east, let's go to Martinique, which is in the Caribbean and is a French colony, where there has been a bunch of, as you can see, protests, unrest. People are very upset due to France's sort of policies in this area. As you can see, police are firing tear gas at people. I do read French. I can read and speak and understand it, but it's very hard to listen to and translate out loud, in my opinion. I'm, not a professional translator. Not even close. And so yeah, having to be able to use the auditory sense and also be talking this is maybe the hardest thing to do, in my opinion. Reading it and saying it out loud is much easier, but and still, as you can see, I just failed pretty spectacularly on that. Because Emmanuel Macron was speaking too fast for me. Oh, half speed would have... You're right, half speed would have made it easier. I didn't even think of that. Too late. We've moved too far. We're already in Martinique. What do you expect me to go back? AP could have done the work and actually made an effort and given us English translations. Blame them, okay? Okay, let's go here, finish up this discussion in Martinique. Now, you may be unaware of this, but France
burnt.
started, I believe it was like
and barricades in flames.
I don't think France is the first country to have found. I think it was actually Spain or Portugal who found Martinique first. But France is really the country that decided to truly colonize the country, if I remember my history correctly. And they brought a great number of slaves from Africa. There was also... It was just... The beginnings of Martinique were just entrenched in the slave trade and sort of the pillaging of the Caribbean by colonialist powers.
Overnight Thursday to Friday. Protests against the high cost of living on the French Caribbean island have been taking place since early September. Protesters on Thursday ran onto the tarmac at the airport at Fort-de-France. They did so because of a rumor spread on social media about the imminent arrival of hundreds of French police officers by plane. They wanted to stop them landing. Local authorities denied the rumor. The airport was briefly closed. Passengers of cancelled flights had a chaotic night.
A lot of doors were broken downstairs. I saw security forces with handcuffed people and so on. There was a lot of commotion in all directions. We didn't really feel safe.
The protesters vow to continue.
We will go all the way. We have to tell them this is our home. This is our place.
Seen from the sky, the destruction here is considerable. This hypermarket was set on fire.
There's all this damage.
Okay.
We are trying to see just how much. It seems to be catastrophic.
France's Interior Minister vowed firmness, all the while acknowledging people's difficulties.
Now, let's move on to what do I have left to talk about? Oh, it's really just this. Really just two things. And in a way, it's one thing. It's the impending all-out war that seems to be just on the horizon, if you will. Let's start with Ukraine and Russia. Wait a second. How is this set up? Oh, it's chronological. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's start it off here. Associated Press from 7 days ago. Top officials from US, China, and Russia among attendees for East Asia's summit in Laos. Where a Russian strike killed at least 1 and injured 16 in the Mykolaiv region. Jesus Christ. Okay. And the fact is this whole situation has become more complicated. But before we talk about exactly why that is, let's go here to North Korea. From 3 days ago, this is Bloomberg. So as you can see here, this is North Korea blowing up a road which connects the north and the south in what is being seen as essentially an unprecedented, unusual, and incredibly concerning move that seems to be something of a very clear message from North Korea saying that it intends to further isolate itself and to entrench itself in this sort of position, and one in which, it's essentially engaging in some very concerning military activities, not just funding Russia's war to some degree, at least not financing it, not funding it, but arming it with, at least for quite some time, it's been known that North Korea has been making warheads and other sorts of weaponry for Russia. Whoops. I guess we can switch this. Now let's go on here to Reuters. Attempting to answer the question why tensions between North Korea and South Korea are seemingly getting much worse. Do I really have Audacity open right now? Why? Close that. Okay.
North Korea destroyed sections of roads and rail lines on its side of the heavily fortified border between the two Koreas on Tuesday, in what South Korean officials have called a highly abnormal act and a violation of past inter-Korean agreements. It's the latest escalation between the two countries, which are technically still at war, but what has caused this most recent reaction? As well as blowing up roads and railways, North Korea on Sunday said it had put 8 fully armed artillery units at the border on standby to open fire. And on Wednesday, these pictures were released as state media reported that around 1.4 million young people have signed up or returned to the military. Previously, similar claims during heightened tensions have been made. Such statements from the isolated state are difficult to verify. Earlier this month, Kim Yo-jong, the powerful
they might be
sister
difficult
of
to
North Korean
verify,
leader
but the
Kim
fact is,
Jong-un,
I don't
called
think
a
it's
military parade held in South Korea's capital.
Considering how North Korea's government seemingly operates, while much of it is cloaked in about 17 layers of secrecy, it would seem that they would not have too many struggles with that. I could be wrong, but that's my estimation.
For its Armed Forces Day, a clown show downplaying the South's military capabilities in a statement carried by state media. The build-up in tensions comes after North Korea accused Seoul last week of sending drones over Pyongyang, scattering anti-North leaflets. An analyst from South Korea said North Korea seems to be using the incident to rally people against the South, in line with its push to sever cross-border ties and promote a two-state system. An official at Seoul's Unification Ministry handling inter-Korean affairs.
Okay. All right, let's go here. Now, this might be confusing to you, but will become apparent soon. This is from a day ago, France 24 English. Zelensky defends victory plan at EU and NATO.
Ukraine's president is in Brussels today to present his victory plan to both EU leaders and NATO defense ministers. Vladimir Zelensky's pitch comes as Kyiv struggles to repel Russian advances on the battlefield. Earlier, he had held a phone conversation with the US President Joe Biden. This as he gears up for his farewell trip to Germany. Now, one element in Zelensky's plan includes an immediate invitation to join the NATO military alliance, which both Germany and the United States are opposed to.
Very strong. An immediate invitation to Ukraine to join NATO would be decisive. Of course, membership would follow later. Putin just must see that his geopolitical calculations are worthless. And
now, I actually saw a story, and I thought I had it in here. It appears to have disappeared. But I think that... oh, yeah, no. Yeah, here it is. All right, let's just go straight into this one. Nobody was using that road anyway. I mean, that's totally fair. It is performative, but it's a performance that has a particular message that I'm not a huge fan of. Not gonna lie. I prefer we all get along.
For the long haul, if necessary, we will keep supporting Ukraine. And that is our message to Putin. We are in this, if necessary, for the long haul. And obviously, we want to be in a place where Zelensky and Ukraine, from a position of strength, is able to start talks with Russia. But till that moment comes, he can count on continuing support. And Putin cannot count on us letting go of that support. We will keep this going, and this is what we are all committed about. This is I hear consistently in all my talks in the alliance. Yes, in the future, NATO will have, as a 32 or 34th member, we will have Ukraine. At the moment, it seems that it will be Ukraine as number 33, but maybe somebody else pops in front of him. But Ukraine will be a member of NATO in the future. That is what we decided in Washington. Is done about the timeline.
So, I accidentally skipped over that last piece of it, but he said that's what they decided in Washington, which I believe must be referring to the UN General Assembly. So it would seem that Ukraine is going to be a NATO member. Now this happened earlier today, well, Friday, technically. It came out 14 hours ago. BBC News. North Korea sends troops to fight with Russia in Ukraine.
Watching BBC News. Now, South Korea's spy agency has presented satellite pictures which it says confirm that North Korea has sent soldiers to support Russia in its war against Ukraine. Seoul's National Intelligence Service said 1,500 Special Forces troops had already arrived in Russia's Far East for training. It said they were sent on Russian transport ships earlier this month. Ukraine's President Zelensky mentioned possible North Korean involvement when he met European leaders yesterday. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Will Vernon, who's joined me here in the studios. And this is potentially quite a surprising and significant development. I know that President Zelensky has been talking about it, but tell us more.
Well, we've had reports, Matthew, for many months now of North Korea's intensifying participation in this war. There's been reports of North Korean engineers being killed on the battlefield, Western officials saying that perhaps half of all artillery shells fired by Russia are supplied by North Korea. And now this information today from South Korean intelligence that perhaps 1,500 Special Forces troops from North Korea are being trained in Russia. And they say that 13,000 containers of arms have been shipped from Pyongyang to Russia to be used on the battlefield there since August 2023. Now that's a huge amount of arms, things like artillery shells, missiles, other munitions. And then, as you say, yesterday, President Zelensky...
Okay. Now let's go to this. Here's CBS News from 10 hours ago. New images appear to show North Korean troops headed to Russia for Ukrainian war. A comedian with a plan.
South Korea's spy agency says North Korea has deployed thousands of troops to support Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. Its National Intelligence Service released satellite images that it says shows the activities of Russian ships transporting North Korean soldiers. The agency also released images that it says shows Russian ships carrying North Korean weapons, as well as satellite images of suspected North Korean mass gatherings at military facilities in Russia. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Charlie Daggett is at the Pentagon. Charlie, what else are South Korean officials saying?
This for a while. This is the first time they've presented evidence of those accusations from the spy agency, as you said. While defense officials here say they've been tracking it, they're largely depending on their Ukrainian eyes and ears on the ground for their intel. The South Koreans say 1,500 North Korean Special Forces commandos were transported to Russia on 7 Russian ships in those images I think you just shown.
Okay, I think that all of the information we really get out of this one as well. So let's keep this going. This is just, incredibly concerning development, right? The fact that this is happening, that troops from a different country are going to Russia to fight in Ukraine. It's, just think of a similar situation. Think of the United States sending troops to Ukraine in sort of a parallel, I'm trying to think of another example. It just makes the most sense to use that country, but really could pick any sort of Western ally of Ukraine. But you know what I'm saying here? Now, we're going to quickly look at this. This was shortly after these came out. This was PBS NewsHour. Came out with footage from a meeting in which U.S. officials met with Japanese and South Korean diplomats to discuss things. We're not going to watch this whole thing, honestly. But I just put this in here for the vibe, essentially, of how and what, like how the field is laid right now, how the vibes are. I hate to say it, but and what's going on in the background right now with all of these sort of developments happening. We don't need to watch this whole thing at all. It's like 15 minutes long. Just really felt like a necessary portion of all of this as sort of an undercurrent. As we know, the United States has its hands on every continent, essentially. Let's go here. Oh, it's time for the Middle East now. How good. Well, it's time for the Middle East in full. We have certainly talked about it all stream. But now it's truly time. So let's start here. This one's also, we're trying to, I feel like I try and do this on weekending reports. I'm not always great about it, but I do try and do the whole week. This one's just accidental. But we are going to try and do this stuff in chronological order. Let's go to Al Jazeera here. This was from Monday. Asking the question, the very reasonable question, why has Israel attacked UN peacekeepers in Lebanon?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Whoa, what is happening? Do not start me here. This is rude.
Respect the role of the UN peacekeepers and to defend their right to be there.
How rude.
Condemnation from across the world after Israel twice attacked United Nations peacekeepers in Lebanon. The multi-nation UNIFIL force has been in southern Lebanon since 1978. So why is Israel targeting the mission, and can it remain in place? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Fuli Batibo. Israel's attacks on the UN peacekeeping mission headquarters in southern Lebanon have been condemned across the world. The spectrum of anger reflects the multinational nature of the UNIFIL mission, more than 10,000 troops from 50 countries. Senior military officers say Israel's attacks were deliberate, just days after its ground forces crossed the border into southern Lebanon and after huge bomb attacks in Beirut targeting senior Hezbollah figures but killing many civilians. While at the same time, Israel's genocide in Gaza continues and the world waits for an Israeli attack on Iran in response to missile strikes from there earlier this month. So why is Israel now attacking UNIFIL? What can the UN do about it? And is the mission's future now at risk? We'll put that to our guests shortly, but first this report from Barbara Angopa.
An attack by a UN member state on UN peacekeepers. Troops were injured after Israeli forces fired at the headquarters of the peacekeeping mission in southern Lebanon, twice in 2 days.
Illegal.
Nations contributing to UNIFIL condemned Israel's attacks, calling them deliberate and a war crime.
It is unacceptable. It violates what was established by Resolution 1701 of the United Nations. The Italian government, as you know, has strongly protested with the Israeli authorities.
It is therefore totally unacceptable to see UNIFIL troops deliberately targeted by the Israeli armed forces. We condemn it, we will not tolerate it, and will not tolerate it happening again.
Israeli attacks destroyed surveillance equipment, hampering UNIFIL's ability to monitor fighting near the Lebanese-Israeli border.
The shots hit some vehicles, and the fuel tanks located inside the base rendered the surveillance system's optical cameras inoperative. The installation was then flown over for a long time by an Israeli army drone.
Israel says it's targeting the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah's commanders and infrastructure. There's fear.
I'm sure the commanders of Hezbollah are just hiding in the UN building. That must be what it is.
What you talking about? The strikes on the
Whoa. Rude.
Peacekeeping mission are in preparation for a long-term occupation of Lebanon will get little comfort from messages from Washington, Israel's primary backer and arms supplier.
What I can tell you is we're watching this very closely. We support their ability to target militants, to degrade Hezbollah's infrastructure, to degrade Hezbollah's capability. But we are very cognizant of the many times in the past where Israel has gone in on what looked like limited operations and has stayed for months or for years.
The scale of Israel's last invasion of Lebanon in 2006 is overshadowed by the intensity of the violence this time.
And if you think that the conflict in 2006, 1,200 people were killed, and only in a few days more than the conflict in 2006. So this is incredibly serious. We are not only urging the parties, but it's also important for the international community to see it as a priority and that there is no military solution. The only solution is political and diplomatic.
For now.
Okay. Now, let us go on to this. Associated Press. This was from, I think this was from Wednesday. Israeli strike, and I believe the strike actually happened on Tuesday night. But this report, I believe, came from Wednesday. Israeli strike in northern Lebanon kills at least 21 people.
Illegal.
Oh, I don't think there's any, I don't think anybody speaks during this, if I recall correctly. This is just footage of the fucking destruction that's caused here by Israel in Lebanon, and it's horrifying, and it's literally just, I mean, if you don't see this as being a repeat of what's happening in Gaza, because that is exactly what is about to happen here if something isn't done to stop it. You can already see it in the scale of the destruction in just a short time since Israel's declaring an all-out invasion of Lebanon. Well, I mean, they didn't quite declare it. They claimed it as an attack on Hezbollah, but I mean, we all know what it was. It's just, you know what's shocking to me? I don't know if you noticed, but you got all of your support characters, I think, unless you've gotten to 50 now. I've never seen this software work this well. Ever. Have you? I mean, it's incredible. We have emotional... Well, actually, I'm sorry. You probably can't tell. But me personally, I can tell because I can do crazy stuff right now. Like, I don't know. Well, I'll do it later. Let's see here. Let's keep this going. To this. This is Guardian News. I think this was also from Wednesday. CCTV catches moment rocket attack hits northern Israel. And apparently this, I believe Hezbollah claimed responsibility for this attack. You can see ambulances and firefighters rushing to the scene of the attack. Flames and plumes of smoke. Seen coming from vehicles as firefighters attempted to extinguish the flames. I mean, they dealt with it pretty like, honestly, it's so minimal in terms of damage. When you look at something like this in comparison to what's happening in Lebanon and Gaza, it looks like a car accident. All right, let's go to this. This is Democracy Now! From, I think this was Wednesday as well.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show looking at Israel's intensifying attacks in Lebanon, where officials said Sunday Israeli strikes across Lebanon during the weekend killed at least 50 people. Israel's facing international condemnation after repeatedly attacking UN peacekeeping forces in southern Israel. At least 5 members of UNIFIL, that's the UN interim force in Lebanon, have been injured in recent days. UN's also accused Israel of forcibly entering and destroying a part of the UNIFIL base near the Israeli border and rejected calls by the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to remove the peacekeeping forces from the region. On Sunday, UN Secretary General Guterres warned attacks against peacekeepers, quote, may constitute a war crime. For more, we go to Boston, where we're joined by Rami Khoury, Palestinian-American journalist, senior public policy fellow at American University of Beirut. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Rami. In these last 6 minutes that we have, if you can talk about the significance of the attack on the UN base, the injuring of the 2 UN Indonesian peacekeepers. The UNIFIL is made up of peacekeepers from a number of different countries, including Indonesia and Italy and other places. Essentially, is this attack on the United Nations?
Yes, that's true. It's essentially an attack on the UN. It's an attack against the modern system of the rule of law that the victorious powers in World War II set up after 1945. The UN, development agencies, humanitarian law codes, all kinds of things that were supposed to make the world safe from another genocide as happened in Nazi Germany. And the message of Israel is this is nonsense. None of this makes sense to us. We're not going to respect any of this stuff. People can make up any laws, they can make up any courts, they can do whatever they want around the world. The people of Israel, and there's a difference between the people of Israel and the Jewish people, because not all Jewish people in the world agree with this, but the people of Israel seem to accept fully the policy of the Israeli government now to kill and burn alive and torture people in Palestine and now in Lebanon in any way they want to achieve what the Israeli government says it's.
Yeah, and this is truly one of the most disturbing facts of all of this, is that in what seems to be nearly an entire population, are there examples of Israelis who do not have this sort of thinking? Yes. But it is far too... it shouldn't be the minority, and that's what it is, right? And it's very, very frustrating to me. So yeah. Well, anyway, let's move this on. I'm not gonna sit here. Let's go to this. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu, who decided to do another one of these weird little press conferences inside of his, I guess, his office or his like library or whatever this is. Directly after striking UN peacekeepers, he called for this. I can't remember if he did this in English or not, so I might have to do translations.
אני רוצה מכאן לפנות ישירות למזכ"ל האו"ם. הגיע הזמן שתוציא את יוניפיל ממעוזי החיזבאללה וממרחבי הלחימה.
Every time he does these, the only time that he speaks in English is when he actually wants people to hear what he has to say. Whenever he does it in Hebrew, it is, at least from what I can tell, him trying to avoid scrutiny from international, I don't know, journalistic agencies and stuff, or simple spacecasters like myself. Alright, let's try this again. Hold on, I'm going to turn the volume down. Actually, I just realized I can do something that I have never even considered because of how bad this software is running. But you know what? Let's do it this way. Oh my god. Here we go. Blam. Oh my god, it's moving lightning fast. What did I do? Oh, that's right. I quit some processes. Which one? Oh, I'm going to have to look into that later. All right, let's listen and try and bear through this. I would like to appeal directly to the UN General Secretary. It is time for you to remove UNIFIL from Hezbollah's strongholds and from the fighting areas. The IDF has repeatedly asked for this, and has been met with repeated refusals, all aimed at providing a human shield to Hezbollah's This is disgusting. This is fucking disgusting, dude. UNIFIL's job is to observe and not leave this area. The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is asking them not to do their fucking job just because he wants to be able to bomb literally any area, including and especially UN sites, so that Israel can essentially annex any piece of land that it wants. This is maybe one of the most frustrating speeches he's given in recent past. Let me try and get through this. Hold on. Okay. Your refusal to evacuate. Why is this in... Okay, hold on. Motherfucker. Your refusal to evacuate the UNIFIL soldiers makes them hostages of Hezbollah. This endangers both them and the lives of our soldiers. We regret the injury to UNIFIL's soldiers, and we are doing everything in our power to prevent this injury. But the simple and obvious way to ensure this simply is to get them out of the danger zone.
Get the UNIFIL forces out of harm's way. It should be done right now, immediately.
What a piece of shit.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Okay. You know what? His sort of behavior reminds me of.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
I think the last example is the most resembling the behavior of Netanyahu and the IDF. They have been live streaming it after all. Alright, now let's go on. Actually, we can skip this one. We already talked about this.
The village of I2.
Hello and welcome to today's Verified Live. We start in the Middle East, where tensions have ratcheted up again today with new threats from Hezbollah's deputy chief, who said, since Israel has attacked anywhere in Lebanon, we have the right to attack anywhere in Israel. Well, in Lebanon, UNICEF says more than 400,000 children have now been displaced, 90% in the last 3 weeks, as Israel continues its offensive against the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. We've also heard from the Pentagon saying that an advanced team of military personnel and the initial components of an American missile defense system have arrived in Israel, with more to be sent in the coming days.
Illegal.
Meanwhile, a Washington Post report suggests Benjamin Netanyahu has told President Biden Israel will not hit oil or nuclear sites in Iran, but would target military facilities instead. That, in retaliation, of course, to Tehran's attack on Israel 2 weeks ago.
Which was a retaliation to the attack.
In the last half an hour, it's emerged that the US has written to Israel's government, giving it 30 days to urgently boost humanitarian aid access in Gaza, or face losing some US military assistance. Well, let's talk to our correspondents on the ground. Wira Davis is in Jerusalem. Jonathan Head is in Beirut. Our Gaza correspondent Rushdie Abu-Aloof is in Istanbul. But let's start with Tom Bateman, who's in Washington. And Tom, tell us more about this letter, first of all, because grave concern amongst the US administration about what is happening in Gaza.
Actually, we're going to stay on this. I forgot about this conversation.
In the last hour or so, what we have now confirmed are the contents of a letter that was reported by the journalist Barak Ravid, written from the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to the Israeli government, along with Lloyd Austin, the US Defense Secretary. Both of those signed this letter, and what it amounts to basically is a warning to the Israelis that if they don't rapidly improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, that they will face or risk having some US military assistance cut off. The language in this letter is very strong, and as far as I can see, this points to the strongest known written warning.
Seriously, the only known warning. Strongest written warning. From what I understand of the situation, and I have been paying pretty close attention to this, It's the only written warning that the United States has sent, if I understand correctly. The only other thing that could have been described as a written warning, because I'm pretty sure Israel had nothing to do with the ceasefire deal back in, was it March? I think it was March. It was March or April when Biden came out with that deal, wasn't it? And or maybe it was later on. Was it May? Honestly, I can't remember. Point is that back in spring, when Joe Biden came out with that goddamn ceasefire deal that went all summer and now most of fall, without any progress on, that we've been talking about being the closest we've ever been to a ceasefire deal. Is there something wrong with the sound? It seems like it's working fine, at least from mine. Oh shit, I forgot. I turned down, oh my god. Thank you for pointing that out. I totally forgot. And that's something I gotta remember now. Okay. Good reminder. I turned down the sound not on YouTube, but on the stream software, but I totally forgot about it because I was doing translations for Benjamin Netanyahu before. Alright, let's go back to this. It's my bad. I'm actually gonna back this up just slightly if you didn't hear that all very well. Super my bad.
US military assistance cut off. The language in this letter is very strong, and as far as I can see, this amounts to the strongest known written warning that the Americans have given to the Israelis ever since the start of the war in Gaza. What it basically says is that it accuses the Israelis of having denied 90% of humanitarian aid movements between north and south, it says, over the last month. And all of this, of course, in the context of the current Israeli attack in military operation, the assault in northern Gaza. Now, the Americans say that this has amounted to a series of evacuations which have added to the numbers of people being forced into that narrow coastal strip of Al-Mawasi in Gaza, and says that those people are now at high risk of contagion. And so it goes through a series of measures. It wants.
Al-Mawasi is basically a ghetto. Okay, there's no other description for it. It is a concentration camp. Okay, I mean, basically the entire population of the Gaza Strip is there, aside from the people who have this very sparse few who have stayed put the entire time. Because seemingly, at least from my understanding, everybody who has been taking the Israeli warning seriously and leaving and just essentially living in a constant nomadic type of lifestyle dictated by IDF, are now concentrated in this area. And it's horrifying to think about in those terms, but I cannot think of another analogy to make. Is there another one that anybody else can think of that I'm somehow missing, evincing in this moment? Because I can't think of one. I mean, please, I love a new one. Begging for a new one. What just happened?
To let much more aid in, to surge aid in, it says, ahead of the winter. And if not, it says that they risk the implementation of a particular part of US law, the Foreign Assistance Act, and a particular section in that which denies military assistance to any countries that prohibit the movement of American humanitarian aid. So a very significant warning. I mean, this letter is leaked. As I say, the BBC has verified its contents, but I expect we'll get more now from the Americans about exactly what they expect the Israelis to do over the coming days to assure them that what is happening in the north of Gaza is going to, there will be rapid changes in the way that is being carried out, the effect it's having on civilians, and surging aid into Gaza.
Very interesting, Tom. Let's go to Beirut and...
Okay. Let's keep talking about I think we're staying on Gaza for a little bit here in this 30-day deadline. I think we're going to go straight to this. Yeah. Here is Reuters discussing the U.S.'s demand for more aid in Gaza from Israel, which would risk military help. Now, of course, the... actually, you know what? No, we're going back. I take it back. Same discussion, but you know what? I forgot. I do want to listen to this. I take it all back.
Let me turn next to the Middle East. It seems that British impatience with Jewish settlers in the West Bank is beginning to bubble over. The Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, this afternoon announced sanctions against 3 Israeli outposts and 4 organizations he says have supported and perpetrated heinous abuses of human rights against Palestinian communities. And that follows the revelation, you heard it here earlier on, that the former Prime Minister David Cameron wanted to sanction and freeze the assets of 2 members of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet he has described as extremists. I'm joined now by Lord David Hannay, Britain's former ambassador at the United Nations. Lord Hannay, great to have you on the show. Can I start by asking you about your reaction to the news that's just broken that the Americans have sent Israel a kind of ultimatum, let humanitarian aid into northern Gaza within 30 days or we will start to restrict the military support that we give you. It's quite a moment, isn't it?
I think it is, if it happens, and it's not before time, because the number of times on which Biden and Blinken and other senior American officials have said humanitarian aid has got to get through, and we've said it, and the French have said it, and everyone else, and Netanyahu has simply put up 2 fingers. That can't go on without diminishing
of course,
any credibility whatsoever for the international community.
It is certainly very, very crucial that the...
Now, of course, you can't forget that all the countries he listed, aside from the United States, provide an utterly minuscule amount of aid and had near zero leverage in the situation when compared to the United States. But I found it interesting that he was making this sort of broad brush comparison between all of those actors. Would have made sense if he just left the United States out. I would have accepted that comparison. All right. Now let's quickly go to Reuters here to wrap up the discussion, sort of this U.S. Demand for aid letter.
Israel's closest ally, the United States, warned it would restrict its military support if Israel doesn't improve aid to Gaza in 30 days. It is the strongest such warning since Israel's war with Hamas began a year ago. Previously, the US wrote to Israel in April to demand more aid to the war-torn Strip. At the time, Israel made changes to let 300 to 400 trucks enter Gaza per day. But Washington officials say that number had since fallen by more than 50%. On Tuesday, State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller outlined a letter State Secretary Antony Blinken and Defense Chief Lloyd Austin wrote to Israeli officials on Sunday. It cited burdensome and excessive restrictions Israel was imposing on commercial imports, goods, and human movement. It says Israel must in 30 days let a minimum of 350 trucks to enter Gaza per day, institute pauses in fighting to allow aid delivery, and revoke evacuation orders to Palestinian civilians when there is no operational need.
We know that it's possible to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. We know it can be done. We know that
Really?
various logistical and bureaucratic obstacles can be surmounted, and so it is incumbent
I love the
upon government.
confidence with which he said that, as if Like, as if it's like this revelation, like the sort of energy that he gave. It was like, now I know none of you have heard this before, but actually you can get aid in Israel into Gaza. And it's like, dude, we all know that. Are you fucking kidding me?
Bureaucratic obstacles can be surmounted, and so it is incumbent upon the government of Israel to surmount those challenges and get assistance in.
Sunday's letter cited Section 620I of the U.S.
I was too
Foreign
slow on that
Assistance
what?
Act, which
Sorry.
prohibits military aid.
Sorry, let me try that again. Let me try that again. It's worth trying again.
Those challenges and get assistance in.
Sunday's letter cited Section 620I of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act, which prohibits military aid to countries that impede delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance, and a national security memorandum that gauges the credibility of Israel's assurances its use of U.S. weapons does not violate U.S. or international law. An Israeli official in Washington said the letter had been received and was being reviewed. Separately, Washington also proposed a new channel for the U.S. to raise and discuss civilian harm incidents with Israel, though the administration's criticism of Israel's actions in Gaza was balanced with military support, announcing the same day as the letter that Israel would be sent more U.S. troops and advanced THAAD missile batteries. The State Department also raised concerns with Israel over its bombing campaign in Beirut.
We made those concerns publicly. I'm not going to speak to it in any detail from here, but we have had quite detailed conversations with the government.
Can you elaborate on that nature? Is it the number of high civilian deaths? Is it them seemingly targeting like civilian infrastructure?
It is largely the civilian toll.
Lebanon says Israeli strikes have killed at least 2,350 people.
Who knew
over
the U.S.
year
or the Biden administration had
wounded.
a
The toll does not distinguish between civilians and
a
combatants,
limit
but
on all of
includes
this.
hundreds of women and
Shocking,
children.
honestly, genuinely shocking. But I mean, it is good to see. I kind of think that 30 days is a ridiculous number to have given them, but directly after the press conference held by Matt Miller, whatever it was, Thursday, I guess it was, I think. This happened, although not enough happened, but something happened. Let's go here to BBC News. More aid lorries enter Gaza after the U.S. threatens to cut Israeli aid. No way!
What? Could you drum up? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
We start with developments in the Middle East. There's been more pressure now on Israel at the United Nations Security Council over the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The meeting, which was called by Britain, France and Algeria, follows a warning from the head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees that its operations there are nearing breaking point. Filipe Lazzarini has said Gaza is now a kind of unlivable wasteland and the region could plunge into famine over the winter unless more aid reaches it. Well, the United Nations says some food aid has arrived over the last 3 days after Israel received a strongly worded warning from the United States about the worrying humanitarian situation. Addressing the Security Council, the US and UK ambassadors said both countries will be watching very closely to see if Israel continues to allow Palestinians in Gaza to access aid.
Colleagues, we know that commitments must be followed through on, and that the progress we've seen since last week is insufficient. And so for our part, the United States will continue to make the following clear. Food and supplies must be surged into Gaza immediately, and there must be humanitarian pauses across Gaza.
Really?
To allow for vaccinations and the delivery and distribution of humanitarian aid.
What would you say is left to be done
policy
in
of
Gaza?
Starvation.
When I hear words like pause, it makes me cringe, right? Because what the fuck is left to be done? When we say pause, it assumes that there's left this much. Have you seen pictures of Gaza? Have you seen the drone footage of the fucking... I mean, come the fuck on. They just... I mean, if you haven't heard, I mean, we're going to get to it in a few videos, or at least a number of videos. We're going to go over 6 hours today, aren't we? Oh, almost definitely. But, I mean, Ismail Haniyeh, right? That's no, not Hania. Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar was just assassinated. The other leader of Hamas, the second, whatever. I mean, it's just wild to talk about pauses when really, I mean, there is nothing left to be done. Not that I'm saying there was a lot to be done in the first place. My point is just that if there ever was an argument at all, it is certainly past that time. It's been past that time for so long, and stuff like that. Details like the fact that Yahya Sinwar is now dead. I mean, I can't even name all of the leaders that Israel has assassinated in the last 6 months. Like, it would take me like 30 seconds to do it. Why aren't you playing?
In Gaza would be horrific and unacceptable and would have implications under international law and U.S. law. The government of Israel has said that this is not their policy, that food and other essential supplies will not be cut off, and we will be watching to see that Israel's actions on the ground match this statement.
The situation in northern Gaza is harrowing. Approximately 400,000 Gazans have been ordered to evacuate the north and move.
Where was all of this talk 9 months ago? It's been over a year now, a year and two weeks almost. Hold on, we're gonna move past some of this. Give me a second. No, we're not listening to that part. Let's go right here. That should be good enough, I think. Yeah.
Profit machine.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's cross live now and speak to some of our correspondents who are on the ground. Wira Davis is in Jerusalem for us. Jonathan Head is in Beirut. But let's start with Tom Bateman, who is in Washington for us. And Tom, we begin with you because we just heard there from the Israeli ambassador to the UN, as well as the UK and US ambassadors. And with the US ambassador, at least, and the US's stance, Tom, it is really a question of the United States walking a tightrope between what it wants Israel to do and, of course, the arms that it continues to provide.
Yeah, and of course this has been the juxtaposition or the contradiction, as some see it, throughout the course of the last year. And it has been a relationship really characterised by that often dysfunctional theme, in that the Israelis, of course, have armed the Americans have armed the Israeli military offensive in Gaza, but have consistently exerted pressure, as they've seen it, to try and ensure that civilians are protected. Now, its critics will say it just simply either hasn't done that effectively, in that it hasn't really believed in it, or it hasn't been able to get leverage over the Israelis. The Americans, for their part, say that they have got results, that, for example, in the spring, when they put pressure on the Israelis to stop blocking aid shipments, that it did allow aid flowing to a certain extent again. And I think we're back into a kind of mode now where we're seeing the Americans once again, quite publicly now, trying to exert pressure on the Israelis. We reported yesterday on this leaked letter that was sent on Sunday, in which the Americans basically told the American government, sort this out. You've got 30 days to sort out this terrible situation in the north of Gaza, where people are, according...
I mean, it's not just the north of Gaza. I mean, maybe that's what they said specifically in that letter. I haven't actually read it, but the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is not, you know, in the way that he's putting it, you know, it's It's not confined to a particular area, in the sense that, like, you know, that like, all of Gaza is in a humanitarian crisis, and to suggest that it's better in some places than others is a freaking ridiculous suggestion. Oh God, carrying so much water, BBC. Let's go here. This is a disturbing report. 4 days ago. This is totally out of order, but we are going to watch it anyway. Associated Press, 4 days ago. Over 400,000 children in Lebanon have been displaced in just 3 weeks by Israel. $400,000. That's 400 with a comma, and then 3 more zeros after that. Children displaced by Israel in just 3 weeks. 500,000.
لا 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 ما هلا.
We know that when conflict breaks out, often pregnant women lose the support systems that they rely on in order to have proper prenatal care, have the checkups that they need if there's any sort of complications, and then of course deliver the baby safely. So the fact that we've already seen one really serious case like this on the streets of Beirut tells us that it's happening more broadly across Lebanon. And so we need to make sure that pregnant women have the essential services that they need to safely see out their pregnancies and to deliver their babies, and then care for the babies once they're born.
As we sit here today, 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Their public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, have been damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter. The last thing this country needs, in addition to everything else it has gone through, is the risk of a lost generation.
Okay. It's just a devastating number. Me personally, I'm just shocked by it. The fact that, I mean,
driving in South Lebanon is like driving through a horror film. Streets are empty,
so hard to
except
explain
for the
feelings,
destruction recent
but
strikes have left behind.
the fact is,
but as we entered Kana,
like with Gaza, the numbers are very similar. But I did not expect this to happen in Lebanon as well. There was so much talk that I was lulled into a sense of that, you know, that security and that sort of thinking of like, oh yeah, you're right, it's not going to happen. There's a wider war. The U.S. is going to prevent that from happening, and blah blah blah. And fuck. I mean, I'm sorry, chat. You know, I'm not perfect. You know, but I genuinely didn't think it was going to get to this level. And certainly not in this time. 500,000 children in just a few weeks. Get the fuck out. That's insane. That is insane. Children. Where are they? And what are they doing now? Let alone what are the adults doing along with that, right? Because that means that if 500,000 children have been displaced, there's got to be a requisite sort of number of adults also. Or not requisite, but like a sort of, what do you mean? What do you call it? Like a comparable number of adults also displaced. And what are all these people fucking doing right now? What are the futures of these children? You've seen people evacuating Lebanon now by airports, and then Israel recently started attacking the airport. I think we watched a video of that. What was it, like earlier this week? Attacking roads out of Lebanon. I mean, they just seem determined to lay waste to all people that they deem to be deserving of just... I don't even... I can't even...
Driving in South Lebanon is like driving through a horror film. Streets are empty, except for the destruction recent strikes have left behind. But as we entered Kana, what felt like a horror movie turned out to be only anticipation for something much worse. An entire city center, once bustling and alive, now reduced to ashes, along with many of its residents.
Just giving you an idea of who was living here, this is an Arabic grammar book, and it says that this is for grade 5. So there was a 5th grader living in this building, also a cell phone there. I mean, the belongings here are vast because this destruction site is so vast. Search and rescuers are saying that this is a site that they have never seen before. They have never worked on something just so large. Speaking, of course, to the size and scale of this operation in Lebanon, how it is so quickly expanding.
The scale of the destruction is huge. It is indescribable. It's a clear crime from the Israeli enemy. We cannot determine the number of martyrs because of the destruction of the buildings. The rescue teams are working on removing the bodies from the rubble.
Kana knows tragedy all too well. In 1996, Israeli shelling of a UN compound killed more than 100, and in 2006, an airstrike on a residential building killed dozens. Just 3 months ago, I interviewed the head of Kana's municipality, who said the strength of the city meant it could never be defeated. Today, he had trouble holding back tears, but remains defiant.
Despite the destruction we see today, we will never leave. And we are clear, we stand with the resistance that protects our land and dignity from all the enemy's massacres. We continue to adhere to these values that we...
Okay. And like he said, they are not planning on leaving. At least some people are staying where they are. Refusing to go amidst all of the Israeli onslaughts. And also things like this. The constant buzzing of Israeli drones.
الدرون هي اصلا مزعجه من اساسها يعني كيف ما برمت ببيروت حازميه على
The drone is already very annoying. It just makes you feel unnaturally anxious and stressed. You fear that it's taking pictures of you without you even knowing. The drones are very stressful.
ببيروت كثير معلقه ما بعرف ليش وتطلع حزميه كمان عم بتعن بتطلع على رمون كمان درون.
Do you know what another word for that is? Terrorism. Causing intentionally the mass anxiety and fear of a population by, you know, using sort of, what do you call it? Fuck. My brain just broke. This is what happens when you talk for 6 hours straight. Can't think of words. Why are there so many words? There's too many words, and yet somehow when I need them, not enough. Okay, let's go on and look at a couple of choice snippets of a man by the name of Matthew Miller, State Department spokesperson and all-around douchebag and generally unlikable guy. Certainly in this chat, I know he's not popular among the Galactorate. Let's go here.
One of the people the world saw burned alive by the bombing at the Gaza hospital was Shaban Al-Dalu, a 19-year-old engineering student who was still attached to an IV drip recovering from a previous bombing. And his story kind of speaks to how this isn't just about one attack. A 19-year-old having to provide for his family, repeatedly displaced, brought to hunger, bombed twice in a matter of days. This is a year and this isn't out of nowhere. So how many more patients burned alive by U.S.
We don't want
bombs
to see
until
any.
US is enough?
No, we don't want to see any.
Well, I guess the U.S. has said, again and again, that no civilian loss is acceptable. 10,000 deaths ago, 20,000 deaths ago, and yet it's continued. So how does this answer mean anything without a policy shift?
It is an incredibly difficult environment.
This
that
is the
Israel
question.
operates in, and I'll just make.
This is the question that essentially underlies every single Matthew Miller press conference. And you think it's just so well spoken here by what's his name? Nanjani? I can't remember. But he's a reporter from Zateo, and oh god, he just he slaughters it with that, because this is a fact. How many fucking times have we heard the United States say we don't want any? But time and time again, day in, week after week, month after month, an entire year. Didn't think we was going to come to that, but that's where we are. We're at more than a year later. 40,000 plus official deaths, and then speculatively potentially hundreds of thousands in the realm of, on the highest estimates I've heard of, over 200,000 people dead. And it's just, where is the actual line? And is, this is this sort of completely empty slogan at this point, meaningless talking point that keeps getting repeated with zero meaning.
It is incredibly difficult.
Hold on.
It's acceptable. 10,000 deaths ago, 20,000 deaths ago, and yet it's continued. So how does this answer mean anything without a policy shift?
It is an incredibly difficult environment that Israel operates in. And I'll just make clear, the thing that question leaves out, as often happens, and I understand why, is the burden that Hamas bears. And not just the burden that Hamas bears by
the fact is, all right,
hiding behind humans and using humans as civilian shields, but
Sorry. Now, this press conference, not gonna lie, it's happened before Yahya Sinwar was assassinated. But who is left in Hamas? Can he name one person off the top of his head in Hamas at this point that's alive? Like, because I don't think he can. I'm sure you would say Yahya Sinwar at this particular press conference, but literally 24 hours later. Anyways.
Hiding behind humans and using humans as civilian shields, but the burden that Hamas bears in not coming back to the table to try to get to a ceasefire. So Israel needs to do more to minimize civilian harm. Hamas needs to stop hiding behind human shields. Both of those things can be true. Both of those things are true. And ultimately, the horrific human toll over the past year is why we continue to push to get to a ceasefire, and why we want to see both sides agree to a ceasefire.
If Hamas is an idea as much as a military force, how is continuing to kill tens of thousands of people already suffering from pre-existing apartheid going to defeat that idea?
We have always made clear that you cannot defeat an idea through a military campaign. You can defeat Hamas's military wing, you can degrade Hamas's capabilities, but there has to be a political path forward for a future.
So I'm saying Fox News is a terrorist organization. That's funny. You're right. By that definition that I gave, that galactic definition, they might very well fall under that. I can't remember exactly what I said. It wasn't an official definition by international humanitarian law. I was just sort of riffing on the general idea of terrorism. But I think it's possible. Just trying to think back to what I said.
Gaza. Hamas, and we've made that clear for the past year.
And then just to Humera's question earlier on the U.S. asking Israel for a new channel of communication about civilian harm, how has the U.S. and Israel been discussing civilian harm incidents up to this point, and why hasn't it taken a year and at least 42,000 people killed for the U.S. to consider that its approach for relying on Israel to stop hurting civilians is just insufficient?
We have long made clear that we want to see changes in their behavior. We haven't seen sufficient changes, and which is why we continue to press them. And with that, I'm going to wrap for today. Thanks, everyone.
Oh my God, he ran away so fast. He hates that question because, like I was saying before, this is the problem with every press conference when they come out here to stuff. Because that question basically tears apart his entire narrative.
Yeah, Kamala.
Hi, Matt. So the 620I Foreign Assistance Act actually doesn't have the word arbitrarily. You say it's the law.
No, I don't want reality.
The NSM 20, which is a memorandum, has the word arbitrarily. So the Foreign Assistance Act says, when it's made known to the president that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport of delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, it does not have arbitrarily. So given you are already saying humanitarian assistance is very low and putting in front of Israel a bunch of concrete measures on how to improve it, why are you waiting for another 30 days to implement the law?
Because we believe it's appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. And international humanitarian law does make exceptions for certain, I'll give you an example.
Like what?
Dual-use items is a good example. If there are dual-use items that legitimately
like
could be used as a military purpose, of course governments aren't required to let those dual-use items in, which is not.
This is wild. Oh my God. We're still talking about dual-use items right now, Matt. Come on, pal. Come on, pal.
Say that they can use that exception as a blanket restriction on anything that can be used as a dual-use item.
Yeah,
for example,
exactly.
if there are military movements happening in a certain period of time, governments can restrict the provision of humanitarian aid during that period, because obviously you wouldn't want to put humanitarian workers.
Yeah, seriously. If you let bread into Palestine, people might not eat it. They might let it get hard, and then it could be used as like a weapon. Like you could bludgeon somebody with real old bread, like a baguette. You could poke somebody's eye out with that, and you wouldn't want that. You really don't like that guy? I think that's just it's just, what's the word? It's just good sense is all that is. Now, here's a fucked story. Guess what? The United States hasn't just sent troops to Israel to operate a missile battery. Guess what? They've also decided to unilaterally strike Yemen. That's right, the sovereign country of Yemen. The United States just decided to strike it. This is from yesterday. How good and great.
Illegal.
This is me. This is me right now.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. military made a rare move, deploying B-2 stealth bombers to carry out airstrikes in Yemen. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the B-2s targeted Iranian-backed Houthi underground munitions facilities. The Air Force has 19 B-2s, and they have not flown in combat since 2017. The Pentagon says the strikes in Yemen are meant to show Iran that America will only tolerate limited further action against Israel. The Houthis say the U.S. will pay the price for the strikes.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
This is fucking wild. I can just like, what? What the fuck are we doing? What is this shit? Now we're just striking sovereign countries in the Middle East again. Here we go.
Several strikes and explosions reported near the Yemeni capital Sana'a,
You know, I just realized
under the control of the Houthi rebels since.
I just realized that the United States is putting what do you call it? Conditions on Israeli aid because we need it to bomb Yemen, apparently. Too soon?
Several strikes and explosions reported near the Yemeni capital Sana'a, under the control of the Houthi rebels since 2014, and in their northern stronghold of Sadr. The targets, according to US authorities, hardened underground weapons storage locations. More importantly, though, this was their first time using a B-2 stealth bomber in the country.
The employment of
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but I mean, I mean, I don't even know if France did it intentionally, but these two images from one to the other are just the definition of the, or like the epitome of like the disparity between Yemen, like the Houthis, and the United States, right? I mean, do you see the Houthis? The incredibly dangerous Houthis with their number of assault rifles and what appear to be Toyota Tacomas. I mean, come on. I mean, like, do you see it? Went from Toyota Tacomas with guys hanging out the back, and then, you know, $100 million stealth bomber.
And underground weapons storage locations. More importantly, though, this was their first
Like,
time
look,
using
it's
a
like a
B-2 stealth bomber
a couple
in
of
the country.
Toyota Tacomas over
The
here.
employment of U.S. Air Force B-2 Spirit long-range stealth bombers demonstrate U.S. global strike capabilities to take action against these targets when necessary, anytime, anywhere.
The B-2 Stealth is the only aircraft in the world capable of dropping the GBU-57 bomb, which can penetrate up to 60 meters underground before exploding. Designed, among other things, to destroy underground stores of weapons of mass destruction. The Houthis are a Yemeni militant
I
group
see.
backed by Iran.
Of course.
And since last
That
November,
makes
they
sense.
claim they have been attacking
Underground.
Israeli-linked commercial vessels in the Red
Beneath,
Sea
you
and
don't
say they are
understand.
targeting Israeli.
What you don't understand is that beneath the Toyota Tacomas are just a treasure trove of weapons, clearly. Oh god, my stomach feels like shit. Have I eaten today? Oh god, I don't think I have. I need to end this soon. And actually, I think that's probably a good spot to end it. Well, I guess that's gonna be it. Hope you all enjoyed the stream tonight. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Where's the file? Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Kind of. This is an old list. Can't find the current list. I don't know what happened. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Pock, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noah, Nadia, Chogi, Miss Jen, Megastar, Slushy, Picture Dragon. I tried to get it done more than fucking end I'll go back. Obsessive Audio, Owen Noah, Nadia, Chogi, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped bring to you the stream which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can do for just a few US dollars a month. That's it. $3. 1, 2, 3. Count them on your fingers or toes, or really in any way. You don't have to count them. You can just, click the Patreon link. Not in the chat because, well, Nightbot's not working, but in my bio on either YouTube or Twitch. It is very available to you. Very clickable. And brings all sorts of great space benefits. Alright.